Good evening, service crew. Fighting Battles Turner, Ace Windfall. Ready for takeoff. Happy Thursday, everyone. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Welcome on in. Man goes on vacation for 1 week and then forgets what day it is. I say that like I didn't always figure what day it was. What's up, Blame? Welcome on in. Blame, you're looking quite green today on this wonderful Thursday. So it's true. They have updated the game once more. I had to update the game. It was quick. It was painless. I've not done anything since updating the game. Not on this tablet, so I need to do everything today. So we're gonna knock this out super quick because it's extremely easy to do. It's so nice that how easy it is to actually do your dailies. After they've done like all this quality of life stuff over the last couple of years, where you can just like come in here, you hit the button, and once you set everything up, right? Like the new player experience is I don't know, actually. I don't know what the new player experience is, but I'd like to assume that the new player experience is fairly good in that you still go through your you get to build your base up, and it probably feels really nice to like build your base up and you feel progression there. But then like for an old player, you just hit the button. You've set everything up at this point. You have your, where's a good example? Like not there. Technically you have to go out to, no, wait. Like, new player experience, I imagine, is pretty good. It's pretty constructive, literally, because you're constructing your base. But then, once you're, like, an old player, you just get, like, oh, you have these things up, and you can just go, you have your presets that you just cycle through, and it's great. Speaking of cycle through, we're putting these two on because we have Clue Exchange on. Perfect. Give me that. Give me that. There we go. And then give these away. Who do we got? If anything, 1, 2, and 6. Who needs 1? Who needs 2? Who needs 6? Anyone need exactly a 1? No. Wisteria? Anyone need exactly a 2? No. We already gave one to Wisteria. You. And 6. Anyone need exactly a 6? Kia does. Perfect. Good job, Kia. Yo, what's up, you? Welcome in. Hi, hi. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, you. Welcome in. Let's see. What do I need to do? I need to go over here and swap out this. Or not swap out, I need to spin my batteries. My drones? My drones. Why are they drones? I guess it's techie, I guess, but that doesn't, thinking about it more, it doesn't make sense that drones are the things that help you do the things. How much we got left to retrace? I don't think today's gonna be the last retracing step. I feel like we're gonna need one more because it's been a very dense, like been a very how would you describe a food that's like dense? Is there another way? It's not chewy. It is kind of chewy. It's like rich. It's like a rich brownie. Me and my American food analogies, because I am debating just yeeting this one out. Likely what we'll do, because this should be on for, yeah, this should be until next week. This is until next Thursday. What I would like to imagine what's gonna happen is we do as much of this as we can, which we have. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. I clicked on the same one. I think we ended at here. Nope, Caster personally leads the troop. We ended here. So we have 3, 2 9s, 2 10s, and a 4. That's 6 bits. Based on how dense everything's been, I imagine we'll get to before killing the boss, which leads you to a cliffhanger of after killing the boss, and then probably what we'll do next week is we'll finish off these last 2, and then we might try to like bum rush the gameplay of this event. Oh, that's cool. And I want to read this, but I don't know if we're gonna go immediately into reading this or not. We'll play by ear on stuff tomorrow or next week, but like I like the aesthetic of this. I like Colombia as well. It's a really neat place. I have some thoughts on a whole bunch of Arknights story stuff, but we'll say that for like next week. Here's the Kiwi, welcome in. Hi hi. This base pinballs channel, base pinballs. A channel where I can get all my pinballs need with a low price of $39.99. Wow, what a steal! What a steal! I'm glad you understand, Kiwi. $39.99 for all your pinballs. That's an insane deal. We get you like packs of like 12 pinballs per pinball like pack which is pretty good. You need about 12 pinballs for a pinball table, according to me, that I just made up that number. And so per ball, you're talking less than $4 per ball. For a steel ball bearing of decent size, that's a steal. Welcome on in. Hi. Pinball streaming service? Okay, hold on. Is that like... It makes me think of Kiwi. Do you guys remember that like one website that was like sponsoring a bunch of like YouTubers and streamers probably like 6 years ago, Toriba, I think, where you would just like the idea is you just log in and you like remote control an arcade machine somewhere like halfway across the world, and then they'll ship you your prize. That's what I imagine a pinball streaming service is. It's instead of like booting up the Microsoft pinball, it boots up just a stream of someone else's pinball, which is actually awful because the delay on that would be terrible. But that'd be really funny. They should do that with like as low latency as they can, but there will still be latency, so it will make it basically unplayable. But like imagine how many dollars you might be able to steal before like people start complaining. Like you'll get like $6. Do not whatever I say on stream is not financial advice, but it'd be really funny if that happened. My pinball table needs 3 sizes of balls. No, it doesn't. Hold on. And if it does, you've come to the right place. At Space Pinballs, we have all sizes that you need: small, medium, large, UFO shaped, everything you need. UFO shaped, isn't it? There's like a term in pinball called UFOing or something. Pinball UFO. I don't know pinball, but I'm adjacent to people that are really into pinball. I don't know, actually. I typed pinball UFO and I got nothing. All I know is that it's called Wizard Mode, named for the song, not the other way around, where you like, that's like your victory lap or something. That's a cool one. You're right, Wisteria. It's not financial advice, but if you want $6, taking all keepers, keeping all takers, it's yours. It's yours, my friend. If you have enough pinballs. That doesn't even make sense. Off to a great start, as usual. Banger stream opening, Haze. Even baseball-sized pinballs. That would be really fun, actually. There's a this is not pinball, and this is also not related at all. But do you think if I type in pinball but baseball, the YouTube will know what I mean? Or Google will know what I mean? It does know what I mean. Thank you. This is like new too, because it has Otani on it for some reason. There's a this is basically it though, and there's arcade versions of this as well. But anyone remember or know about these things? It's why does that not work? What the heck? Search, my stream deck died somehow. And so everything is like broken, and I have to like somehow fix it slowly over time now. I don't know what I did. Why is this not working? Toggle it on. Sources, source TGA, and then do it. What are you beeping at me for? Oh, maybe I'm not connected to OBS. Hold on, wait. No, I still mute. Okay. What's up, you? Welcome in. Hi. Also, what's up, Alfie? Welcome in. Hi. And Alex, welcome in. Hi. Hold on. Luckily Scrab still works, so I can just do this. We can't TGA toggle at all today, folks. I know you guys all love the TGA, the Game Awards toggle that I made like 3 years ago and have still used it to this day because it's really good at capturing YouTube in theater mode, but I have Scrab, which does the same thing, kind of, sort of, but only for screenshots, which is what I needed for now. But it's this thing. Look at this bad boy. I love it. They had, like, I remember growing up, they had, like, one of these at one of the arcades I went to, and, like, I played it, like, 4 times or something. I don't know, not a lot. But it's basically pinball but baseball. And that's not at all related to what Kiwi was saying, but it was kind of related to what Kiwi was saying, so we're taking it. You should have make the sources up. What do you mean make the... No. Different sources. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, thank you, LP. Wait, did the head pat not go through? What was the why? Wait, hold on. What's going... Wait, hold on. Right, Summer Games Fest. Summer Games Fest a thing? The Northern Lion Brain Bender? I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like my stream deck died and now I have lost all the plot. Oh, okay, that's the why. I thought when you said why, you were saying why as in like, because everything is breaking apparently. I thought like maybe the head pat didn't go through. And I was like, oh no. A little plastic spring ball into basket things I remember from childhood. Ooh, hold on. A little plastic spring ball into basket things. I feel like I know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... Hold on. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just literal baskets with balls is all the Google is in me for this one. But I will give you there for some reason the very first thing that pops up is literally a ball on a spring called spring ball. It's up here. I don't know what that is. That's on there for some reason. Also, that's a bot, so we gotta take him out back and get rid of him. So that's done. Ready for the big state of play next month? I don't know what video games are. What's up? What's on state of play next month? So sure, I don't know how to say this enough, but I don't like. I'm on the internet, but I'm also not on the internet at all. I don't know anything that's going on at any given moment. Like I 40% of everything I know comes from you guys. The other 60% comes from other people on the internet, and it's a very small percentage of people that I know on the internet. So I don't know nothing. What's on the state of play 2026 question mark? What to expect from PlayStation State of Play June 2026? John Wick. I don't know. It just has Keanu Reeves here. I'd show you guys, but the TGA toggle isn't working. Fair Games? I don't know what that is, but that looks like a hero shooter. I don't know. So sure, I don't know if they make good games anymore. And I don't mean that as like a dig at the AAA industry. I'm just picky. As soon as I said that out loud, I was like, hold on, wait, I'm not, no, wait, I don't want to get into this. I was like, I'm too much of a coward to like get into this argument. All I know is that the games I play are curated through other people telling me, Ace, this is really good, and I'm gonna play it. Or that I find it through a connection really weird, like Urban Myth Dissolution Center, which I found that in a Japanese bookstore over the weekend, and I found out that that was a game, and now it's on my wish list. So, like that. Also, these are highlighted for some reason. Oh, right, they have these things. These are new for them. Oh, Wisteria, that makes so much more sense. I know exactly what you're talking about now. I think it was the cup part that that kind of got me confuzzled there, but for reference, the spring into basket thing was just like the mini pinball, the one that you would get like at the, I don't know, at a yard sale. For some reason, this just is yard sale coded to me. I don't know like where these actually come from. They're just like your grandmother just gives them to you somehow. I don't know. Hi. What's your record win? Probably during the auto rerun, if I had to guess. Let's go back here real quick. Wait, what do you mean record win? Oh, you mean like reading it? Because he has a record. It's right there. Matsukiri altar win. Matsukiri skin win. Actually, I know the answer for skin. It's going to be during the event rerun. Biannual update for Genshin. Got a character I've been saving up for since October. Nice! Hold on. LP, is Genshin the one that you also got the Fox Lady in? Or is that a different Hoyoverse game? Are you going through your Hoyoverses all together recently? We don't need anything there. That's Star Rail. Okay, okay. You're making the rounds. You're making the rounds. Got it, got it, got it. Good job. What's the character? There's like an 80% chance I don't know them, but there's a 20% chance I do know them. And if it hits that 20% chance, then I'll know them. There's not much else that can come from that, but I'll be like, oh, I know who that is. Ever seen that in arcade ticket shops? Yes, also arcade ticket shop coded. It's like you get it from the little, like, the pinball things. It's like, yeah, you get it from your grandma from a yard sale, or like, yeah, you get it from like an arcade shop for like 500 tickets. It'd be something a little bit more expensive than you actually need. This is the character? Who's the character? I don't know who that character is, unfortunately. For reference, it's blonde Genshin woman. For reference, it's this one. I don't know who that is, but good job. They're a fire element. Cool. It's just like another collab with Fate. Wait, I think I knew that one. Isn't it, is it Archer and Rin? Either that, or I just saw a comic with those two, and it was unrelated to it. They're just, like, on my mind right now, because I saw a comic with them, like, the other day. She's the first Angel character. Nice. Gil and Ren are gonna be the characters? Haha. Oh, it's Gil. Wait, is Archer already in Fate? Or, I mean, is Archer already in Honkai Star Rail? I know he's in Fate. Don't look at me. When are they gonna add Archer to Fate? I think he'd go really hard in it. No, not friends, not friends. We're doing archives. We're doing archives. Our goal today is to get as much done of this as possible. Preferably all of it, but realistically up until like 10 before. If we can clear 10 before, I'll be very happy with this. He was the free fire star. Okay. So there's a chance that the comic I saw was referencing Archer being in part 1 and then Rin being in part 2. Or it could just be unrelated. I don't know. But nice. Okay, am I missing anything else? Arknights Tsukihime collab? They should put Amiya in Melty Blood Type Lumina. I agree. I know that's not what you were saying, but that's what I'm saying. They should add Arknights characters to Melty Blood Type Lumina. Or they add Type Lumina characters to Arknights. That'd be fine too. Have some reciprocity. Do both. Arknights Unleash. Make that official. Then have Arknights Unleash and Melty Blood have a collab. I don't know what that entails. I just want they're like my dolls. I want them to kiss. You know what I mean? Sakiko Togawa. I know. Ah! Arknights Unleash is actually really fun. Now that Convoker is done, I want to like go into and play like more random fighting games. The more I get. I'm also unrelatedly, I'm learning MASH in Melty Blood Type Lumina as well, just to add a third character to my repertoire. Which she is really weird to play because she has a very specific ADP jump cancel into immediate charge JC into delay JB, and the delay timing is specifically the hard part because if you do it too early, the combo drops, and if you do it too late, the combo drops. And so it's a very specific and tight timing that I apparently, if that's in all of her stuff. There's probably like an easier way to do it, but like all of the optimal stuff I'm seeing has that, and it's like, ew, why? But I'm gonna be messing with that. I'll mess with more Arknights Unleash. I kind of want to do more unrelatedly. This is not at all related to Arknights at all, but I want to do more of the goofier fighting game stuff in the coming months if we can. But with that, the reason I'm starting this in the first place is I still cannot believe that Arknights Unleash is a very fun fighting game, and that 33%, a third of the cast, is not Arknights characters. They have Sakiko Togawa, and they have Ash from Rainbow Six Siege as two of the characters. Insane behavior. Cannot believe this. I guess it's gonna be lessened. It's gonna be 25% because we do know 8 characters total, and those are 2 of the 8 characters, but still, it's very goofy. Just gave us update that they were adding Scotty and Ling. Yes, yeah. So it's gonna be only 25%. It is going down. Vlav has the 2, and as far as I know, there's no trick. Ah! Why is it like that? Wisteria. Oh. It's kind of like doing Dust Loops, but Dust Loops actually kind of do have a trick because it's just you do it immediately and then you do it immediately afterwards again. And I grinded that out for like a week, and now I can do Dust Loops in my sleep. But like this is, I can do it in my sleep, but it's gonna stink. And it's also probably gonna take me more than a week, just because it is a little bit more tight to the timing. But I'm working on it. I'm got it from like doing it twice in a 3-hour session. It feels probably not 3 hours. From like twice in a 1-hour session over the weekend to like 4 times in a 15-minute session like an hour ago. So it's getting there. Gonna lay down and watch. Sleep from building garden beds around full garden plots. Is Aerith maxing? That's cool, you. Nice. Go sleep in one of the garden beds like a rabbit. Go surround yourself with like flowers. Go get some carrots. Go like snuggle up to a daisy or a daffodil and like Aerith maxing. So stupid. All right. AOB, any other business? Oh, that's what that stands for. I was talking with someone like about fighting games the other week, and I was like, "Yeah, AOB, air unblockable." And then I was like, "Wait, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Why do I know AOB? It's any other business." I thought AOB stood for air unblockable, and I was like, "Wait, nope, that's not how you spell unblockable." Whoops. Hey, so let's recap before we get into it. Then we're playing Arknights, the Arknights. We are going through the Retracing Our Steps event, which happened like a month ago at this point, which is the capstone, but potentially event of the Yerrig event, of the Yerrig storyline. We're going through, seeing what's going on. The main conflicts are the religious side of Yerrig versus the temporal side of Yerrig, which is a fairly steady through line through all the Yerrig events, because Yerrig is a very religious society, and a lot of it comes from Pramnix, aka Incia. Incia is the other sister. The main conflict, of course, comes from... Nope, not you. Other way, hey girl. Comes from Pram, the Saintess, and her conflicts with, not directly, but just ideologically with her brother, Silverash here. He's representing the temporal, he's representing the industrialization and modernization of the country, because they've been fairly, like, not up to snuff, but, you know, with this modernization comes better farming techniques, better medicine, better care, but with that it also comes, you know, like, being a player on the world stage, and being culpable in world affairs, and the potential of your citizenry getting a little bit less and less, what's the word? Less and less like religious minded. They might start becoming more business minded, which would rub some of the, not necessarily Pram, not that we've seen a lot of, but a lot of the other people in the High Council? What's the term? A lot of the other like elders, a lot of the other like religious elders are very, you know, they want to be more conservative. They want to like hold back and be, you know, sticking with the religion, sticking with the way things were. And in this event specifically, you have the Maylander Foundation, or not the Maylander Foundation, you have Columbia's Rhine Lab, and you have Victoria's, effectively their spy network. Both of them are kind of playing around in Yerrig. Rhine Lab doing scientific tests with, what is she under? So sure, where is the new Astigene slash, yeah, Astigene. She is a caster? Not a caster. Sniper? Not a sniper. Supporter? Supporter. You have like Astigene coming in here, doing the science stuff. I don't have much else to say there. She's coming in, she's doing science stuff. There's been a catastrophe for the first time in all of Yerrig's history. So something has happened. A lot of the older, or a lot of the more religious parts of Yerrig, in fact, most of Yerrig at this point, is thinking that Yerrig, the spirit, the goddess of Yerrig, has like abandoned them, and that's why a catastrophe is happening. They think it's either the abandonment or the wrath of Yerrig on the country. But Astigene, being a lot more scientifically minded, thinks that it's just a change in the makeup of the land, which turns out to be the case because we're assuming that a meteor or some other foreign space object hit Yereg and disrupted a chain of originium around it, which was protecting it unintentionally from catastrophes. So, Astigene, the Snow Hunter here, and Pram are currently like trying to find out what's happening. Why is a catastrophe happening? While Silver Ash and the rest of the Vinebead Corps, Vinebead Corps, I think is what it actually is. It was Vine Bear. They switched it to Vinebead because translation issues. Silver Ash and the rest of them are trying to deal with the Victorian side of things, where there's a lot of subterfuge. The Victorians are trying to like muscle their way in and take control of Yereg, kind of like make it a puppet state, is what the feel is. But Silver Ash, along with Casimirs and possibly some other allies, is trying to like militarize, industrialize, and not take things lying down. You know what I mean? All right, cool. It's not fun work. Dirt hates staying in the shape of a container it is no longer surrounded by. Ooh. But wait, I would imagine if you're doing garden beds, that you would have like the little fences or whatever, but I guess not. Ooh. And so until like you get that in place, or like you have to like get it set. Ooh. Good luck, you. Or good job, you. Take your well-deserved rest. While I take my well-deserved reading break. OS ST3. Road of the Heartseekers. So, according to you, that Duke Caster has had her spies embedded in Yereg for a long, long time. And it's all to prepare for a future annexation? But how is she going to do that? To be more precise, this is my educated guess based on what I've learned in Yereg. So, out of all the Victorians sneaking around Yereg, you happen to be the only actual reporter who's after truth and righteousness and such like? Well, you don't have to be so rude about it! My name's Alberta. If you're familiar with Victorian newsprint business, you would have heard that name in conjunction with many articles about the truth that were deemed unprintable. I take pride in my work, no matter what they say. I'll believe you for now, Little Miss Reporter, but this doesn't mean you're completely free of suspicion. I've had my guards rip out the spies your people sent after the explosion. If you're telling the truth, then take us to your crew's station. I've got a lot of things I'd like to ask the agents you mentioned. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? But... Move! Dedra grabs Ratatos and the reporter, pulling them into the back room as a stun grenade from who knows where goes off in the interrogation room. Oh-ho. In the distance, a brown-tailed guard who was unable to get out of the way in time screams. A throwing knife has pierced his heart. Damn it! Dedra pokes her body out of the doorway, hiding back behind the door as another knife flies toward her. She watches it tremble after it embeds itself in the doorframe. These knives are the ones used by the Trilby Ashers. You two stay hidden here. I'll go confirm the scale of the raid and their strategy. As she finishes speaking, she suddenly draws her twin weapons, knocking two knives thrown from the shadows out of the air before springing forward to attack. The dust she kicks up forces the reporter to squint. You... What the hell's going on? How do the Trilby Ashers know about this place? Did you leak it to them? But I've been watching you the whole time. That can't be. I didn't! I even checked over all my things and made sure nobody was following me. Look out! The room shakes violently. The reporter pulls Ratatosa's sleeve, moving her to the other side of the room as fragments of the damaged ceiling smash into the floor where they just were. Then, how do you explain all of this? Wait, there's still one place I haven't checked. She picks up the camera hanging around her neck, removes the lens, presses down on the shutter, and lifts up the reflector. A faint red light glows within. She pulls out the suspicious component, a miniature tracking device. So that's where it was hiding. Another explosion, and thick smoke slowly seeps into the room the two are hiding in. Degenbrecher emerges from the smoke, her breathing somewhat ragged. 3 Trilby Ashers with this first group. I fended them off for now, but the reinforcements they called for are already on their way here. I will keep you safe, Ratatos, but we need to leave. Let's go to the Vine Bee Court. There's a mountain trail nearby that leads to one of the secret passages in. They won't dare act rashly against the court. It'll buy some time. Wait, I need to come with you. Since the Trilby Ashers will keep chasing us, I'll make a record of all their assassination attempts in Yereg and compile them together with everything they've done so far. I'll pass them to a local friend to get the word out. This will expose all of Victoria's dirty deeds to the public. I can't let myself be taken in by them. Enough babbling. I still need to find Inciodes for a joint questioning. You'd be coming with us even if you didn't want to. Yes. Ratatos is alive. The 3 of them have entered the Vine Bee Court's northern gate. The escaped reporter is with her, and the renowned Black Knight is guarding them. What orders from Her Grace? Wait. Did you just say that Her Grace will personally be visiting Yereg? I got spoiled from the synopsis there, but ooh. One of my least favorite characters is getting screen time. Woohoo. Those dirty deeds, they're not done dirt cheap. Not at a Victorian prices, nuh-uh. To Carlin Trade Headquarters. And to Inciode Silverash, son of the former chairman and my kinswoman Elizabeth. Alongside all the people of Yereg. This is an open letter within which is written all the wrongdoings of Inciodes and Carlin Trade both. With this letter, I shall formally protest all the grievances that Victoria and Yereg share in suffering from, that were wholly avoidable. Chairman Eloise, I'm glad you're here. What is it? Slow down. It's a letter by the Duke of Castor. The contents have already been disseminated to the public. It's all about Yereg, mostly Carlin Trade. What did she write? About how we're not acting in good faith, and Sir Inciodes, give it here. Notify all members of the board that we are to have an immediate meeting at HQ. Tell everyone to remain calm. Inciode's first offense, and the source of all this tragedy, was to seek benefit from Columbia, brute forcing the carving out of a great pit and the construction of an observation station atop Mount Carlin. In the wake of it, catastrophe descended on Yereg. This much is undeniable. Amidst the terror and disarray, he committed his second offense. The humanitarian aid sent by Victoria was instead pocketed by him in the name of negotiation. Is that true? That doesn't seem right. To legitimize this shameless act, Inciodes went on to attack against Victoria, leveling baseless accusations and slander against Victorian tourists and expatriates. This was his third offense. His ultimate act of toying with the heart of the public was also his fourth offense. He colluded with Radatos to fake the Browntail matriarch's death. Okay, that's true. And through duplicity, lead Clan Browntail into hostilities with Victoria. Victoria also has proof that Radatos is hidden within the Vinebeak court. Those citizens who doubt this simply need examine the premises, though his guilty heart has led him to station his private army there. This is... well, it's all a bit much. Hey, when I was suspicious of Inciodes earlier, you guys shouted me down like I was a conspiracy theorist, but it all makes sense now, doesn't it? Since when? The whole letter is just Victoria's say-so. The fifth offense explained it, didn't it? Inciodes told Radatos to kidnap that Victorian reporter and hid her in the court. Can't be a lie with all those details, can it? And the sixth offense says in order to control the court, he arrested all the clerics who wouldn't obey him. Oh, that matches. The court invited us all up the mountain for blessings, but Dagenbutcher had some men stop us. What about the seventh, then? It's obvious that Victoria wanted to get a bigger slice of the pie, but Carlin Trade refused them. You're a real idiot, you know that? It's proof that Inciodes has gone and betrayed Yereg. Victoria's made a fair point about Carlin Trade going against all their contracts, and now we're the ones stuck with the bill thanks to Inciodes' stupid decisions. So, you think we should do what Victoria says? They want Carlin Trade to stick with the old mining aid agreement and put Inciodes on trial. They said they'd do a joint trial with the Vinebeak court. It'll be fine. Inciodes would be lucky if he just got banished for his crimes. The only crime he's done is letting you run your mouth in this rebuilt pub. So, he's been doing all the good while it's always someone else doing the sinning? Wow, what a coincidence. I don't understand any of this, but I know it's always us who have to suffer for it. Come on, man. Trust in Inciodes. He's helped me out before. What the hell was that? Outside. I heard a lot of troubling talk on the way here. Please tell me you've been doing more than admiring the snow. I shouldn't have asked. Is everything that happened still as you expected? If I said yes, would you believe me? I would. Because we're not unprepared. During the recent growth window, Carlin Trade... I'm afraid it is you who is the optimistic one this time, Gnosis. You know that no matter how many plans and contingencies we make, things will inevitably exceed our expectations. From the three clans, the Vinebeak court, and stretching out to all the people of Yereg, Victoria's methods are plain to see. As someone who always bets every chip he has, you were never afraid of risk. Thus, all this is all I deserve. Is it the battleship? Ooh! Or is that the Victorian stuff? That's probably the Victorian stuff because that's more than one. That's a cool shot though. Oh. Dark clouds cover the twilight sky. The steel behemoths of Victoria trample across the white snowfields. Castor's fleet. I've heard this fleet was the one that drove the devils out of Victoria during the Battle of Londinium. After the battle concluded, Castor took time to restore its flagship so that her glory may live on. How many upon this great land can boast of this might to stand against this force? We chose to walk the more difficult road. It It's time we meet the end of it. It is a little aura farming, but like, they earn it. They earn it. Why are all of Yurik's mountains so hard to climb? Just bear with it a little longer, Elena. We need to avoid the Vinebee Court, and this is the only road that does so. A Rift Cloud Beast clambers up onto Elena's shoulder out of nowhere, before jumping back into Joanna's embrace, letting out a high-pitched cry. It's laughing at you. Laugh all you want. I've done more exercise today than the past 20-something years I've been alive. Inya looks at the crestfallen Elena, letting out a light chuckle as she turns the corner. She sees a simple camp by the side of the road, not far from where they stand. There are many clerics of the Vinebee Court warming themselves by the fire. Amidst the crowd, Inya picks out a familiar figure with but a glance. Oh, is it the Elder Otso that broke out of prison last time? Oh, why'd you stop, Inya? Is that Elder Otso? Who? I didn't think I would run into you here. It is. Because you should not be here, Saintus. You know, Elder, when you're talking with the Saintus, you should be more... I know. And yet I also know that this is not the road she's meant to be on. What if it is to search for Yeragander? All shall seek her in their time of need. So, what is it you need? You instructed me to go on the pilgrimage, so that I may atone for the sins of all the Yereg to her. Thus, what I need is to find her, and pray to her for forgiveness. I had wanted to get you out of the Vinebee Court at the time. And in doing so, the court would not be hindered by me. I had hoped that, while you were off on the pilgrimage, we would be able to sway the Duke of Castor into handling Inciodes, and that when you returned, it would be to both parties worn and weary. The court would then take advantage of your return to declare a miracle, thus gaining true control. But your brother declared war on the court too soon, and I could not allow myself to fall into the hands of Castor or Inciodes, whether as their prisoner or as their puppet. I presume you being here means you're thinking of being like the court clerics of old, going to Carlin to the ancient refuges in the legends, where you can wait for the moment your enemies are worn. As such, there is no need for you to continue with your meaningless circuit, Saintus. Follow us to seek refuge atop the mountains. There will come a time that the people will beg on bended knee for you, and us, to appear. The silent elders of the court behind him stand up one after the other, forming a semicircle before the Saintus. Joanna glances at Inya with unease, her hand subconsciously moving toward her crossbow, but Inya merely gives a light shake of the head. I can't stop. The next catastrophe is nearly upon us. What? The Saintus is right, Elder. You must have noticed the strange weather these past few days. We've already found an important clue about the heart of Carlin. We have the opportunity to learn the exact reason why a catastrophe came to strike Yereg. Maybe even the truth behind Yeragander. It is meaningless. Elder, because Yeragander does not exist. What did you just say? When I left the court, you told me quite the opposite. Yeragander can exist within the planet, within the plants, the stones, our words and deeds, but you will not find her true form atop this great land. She is not real, only existing within our imaginations. Not even you can blaspheme against her, Elder Atso. When I was young, my faith in her was much the same as yours. My father and uncle sent me to the Vinebee Court as a child, forcing me to secretly aid Clan Browntail with their mission. Yet, all I wanted to do was to serve her in all sincerity. When the Great Elder tasked me with managing the Hall of Writings, I was giddy with glee. Every word to do with her, whether they be fragmented pages or ridiculous essays, were studied by me over and over. But the more you read, the more you realize that the so-called Yeragander is nothing more than a piece of scripture assembled by mortal man. Dare you deny it, Saintess? You too have seen what is said to be the original copy. It is no more than a few scant phrases, nothing like what we have today. It's not true. Is it, Enya? From marketplace chatter to historical records, even foreign legends from who knows where. Add cold gales and snowy peaks and you have the miracles of Yeragander. I persisted in my inspection of everything, hoping to find even the tiniest shred of evidence, unlike the rest. But all I found were more and more archetypical tales. I even found signs of adaptation left behind by previous court elders in the margins of a few books. Why didn't you tell anyone? And what would I say? What is Yereg to you, Saintess? That is not a question any one child of Yereg can answer. Because Yereg already has its answer. This is a nation of faith. Incios has tried to undermine it. The Duke of Castor has tried to swallow it, but even they dare not defy Yeragander. At least, not openly. But if she doesn't exist, then who founded Yerag? Our country was never one built atop her flesh and bones. Rather, it was her country that was built atop our flesh and our bones. It was the ancestors of the people of Yerag who, amidst these snow-capped mountains of despair, labored tortuously to create a place where they could survive. People could never understand why fate decreed they should struggle in suffering, whilst others thrived in merriment. And so, abandoned upon these hopeless rocks, they had to seek consolation elsewhere, so that they may continue to live. From the cries for some almighty leader and the prayers for majesty and morality of every generation of Yerag, Yeragander was born. From the moment of her birth, she became the foundation of Yerag. Because of their need for faith, generation after generation must repeat a lie. Yerag needed virtue and law, needed art and aesthetics, needed family and tradition. With perfect timing, she would appear by our sides, leaving behind a few revelatory words of wisdom. From this came an unbreakable order, one that has lasted time immemorial. So, in your eyes, this line must be maintained at any cost, so that Yerg itself can be maintained. Indeed. Every nation has its own lie. Yereg's is Yeragander. I disagree. A lie can bring temporary reprieve, but it cannot become the eternal law through which we live. You believe it is able to maintain order, so you care not for the sincere longing of the people. You treat their feelings as a tool you can control. When this longing tears through the veil you have constructed, The Vine-Bead Court and the faith it tends to shall be shattered beyond repair. From that point of view, you are your hated Inciod's greatest ally. There is only one thing I wish to ask you. Do you believe Yeragander exists? What? She sifts through her mind, through all her memories of that head maid. But she has already forgotten how she looked. Vague wisps of emotion, all forgotten. There is no memory, no person who can vouch for her, no one who can offer her words of comfort. Her heart lies empty. I do. You claim this is all a lie, Elder Otso, which is proof that there is a truth to correspond with this lie. And so, I believe in the passion and goodness preached by the scriptures. I believe Yeragander exists in Yerag. Besides, I've already found the path to her. If you must refute me, then come, witness alongside me. Your faith is pointless, Saintus. Even greater disaster awaits Yerag. Inciod's short-sightedness has already left her faith on the brink of collapse. This is our last chance to save her. Ever since the pilgrimage began, you've treated me as part of your conspiracy. Because we have both dedicated our entire lives to the faith, it is impossible for you to not understand my devotion. Then, what is it you wish me to do? At a suitable hour, return with me to the Vine-Bead Court to regain control. We shall have to look at our specific circumstances to deal with the Duke of Castor, but Inciodes must be eliminated. You are a kind soul and cannot bear to harm your brother. I understand. Inciodes must leave Yerag. That is the most we can allow him. This is pure coercion. In return, I can take you to the place you seek. When I was young, I had searched all of Carlin. Since you must face the truth, this will be the quickest way to do it. I accept. Inya? But on one condition. If we really do find proof of Yeragander, you shall renounce all your schemes regarding Inciodes. Very well. Yeragander above, witness our vows. Oh, I like that Yeragander was in quotes for him. You know what he was doing in the Hall of Writing? He reads so and so. I get it. I feel like there's a banger joke in there. Hold on. He reads so much. Read so and so doesn't really work. Like it's like here and there, but he reads so much. I think it hits a little harder. There's a parallel of Otso being sent to Vine-Bead Court for political gain like Pram. Yes. I like that. I like the little backstory of I think he's a great villain. Like a little slow to start up, but as soon as you have like his little interview with the press, that on, like he sinks his teeth into the story as your ideological opposite, I guess, for a lot of the characters, where he's he has very clear stakes and the way he feels about the subjects going on. He wants to still have the country be this religious like theocracy effectively. He doesn't want NCOs in power. But at the same time, he does not believe in Yeragander, but he's allowing other people to believe in the quote lie of Yeragander because that's what the country's based off. That's their tradition, and he's a very well written villain. I like him a lot because he reads so much. OS9, Cold Steel. Isn't that another thing? Isn't there already a story called Cold Steel? And no, I'm not just thinking about the hedgehog, in case anyone's gonna make that joke, because I already made that joke in my head. Thank you. He was the Gabriel. Welcome in. Hi, hi. Happy IAA to you too. Hope your legal documents were good the other day. His argument sounds kind of Reddit. I think that's doing him a disservice. Like, he is the antagonist, and he is incorrect in the way he's doing things, but I wouldn't go so far as to call him, his argument sounds kind of Reddit. He still likes to have moral standards, probably too high. Yeah, like, he has moral standards, he wants things to be done the old-fashioned. He's an old-fashioned kind of guy, is basically what it gets to. Does he have a neck beard? I don't know if I go that far. Trails of Cold Steel. That's what it is. That's what it is. What is that? Why do I know that? Wait, is that it? That's just an actual game. That is actually what I'm thinking of, though, Kiwi. You're right. I am almost certain that is actually what I'm thinking of. That's the best part. There's a dollar woman in. Hi, hi. Where is this Canada? It's technically like in Switzerland. Gabriel, for the quickest like rundown, the quickest like TLDR. It's like Switzerland, but if Switzerland was also the Vatican in a lot of ways. I don't actually know enough about Switzerland. I don't know if Switzerland is very religious, but to me it's like a theocracy, and I don't know what country on earth hits, like, I don't know any snowy country on earth that like hits this level of it. No, not the dog lady. The dog lady was from Ursus. That was Russia. This is very like, it feels like the Vatican, because there's a very strong theocracy in place. There's the Vineby Court, which is a very religious organization, preaching the goodwill of Yeragander. They have their holy book, the Yeragander, which is the name of both the goddess and the book. That feels a little contrived, or a little like I don't know. I feel like I would have called them two separate things thinking about it, but no, Yerag. No, Yerag is the country, I guess. But yeah, it's like Switzerland, but the Vatican's. It's the Himalayas. Oh, it's like Tibet? That tracks so much more. Nepal. Okay. Swiss a little bit, just because of because it makes me think of Switzerland, because it's just any snowy mountain thing. Switzerland, because it's like a mixture of 3 different cultures, because Switzerland is like Germany, France, and Italy. So you have the brown tails, you have the pale roaches, and you have the silver ashes. But it's like Nepal or Tibet because of the religious theocracy kind of bit. I don't know anything about Nepal in what's the word? FYI. That's not the word I'm thinking of. Spoiler warning? That's not it either. Warning. If realistic South Park, I believe it. I don't. What? I guess you're just saying you'd believe whatever I say. But yeah, okay. Doesn't look very holy. Because right now we're going through industrialization. That's the entire like point of this event, Gabriel, is that it was a very theocratic, very like, not holy isn't really the right word. Like, because holy to me is kind of like specifically like Catholic Christian in a way. Whereas this is like, I don't know, it's a different type. Like Nepal, like Tibet, holy, like that kind of holy. You know what I mean? You feel that? Nepal's like if RuPaul was a country. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense to you, but I get the joke you're trying to make. But yeah, it's just a place undergoing industrialization. So they have their old conservative like theocratic ways versus the new industrialized ways, and it's like, which way is the best? And the answer is both of them like meeting in the middle and kissing. But like it's finding out where that middle ground is the hard part, right? The rumblings of some distant commotion disturb the scant snow atop the trees. What should be a silent street is filled with an ominous warmth. This used to be a road at the foot of Mount Carlin that led to the Vineby Court. But now, Victorian soldiers bar the path as the treads of their tanks crush its surface. A blatant, impassable barrier. Also, have a good night, Gabriel. Also, they're being, like, colonized or trampled underfoot by, like, Britain. The loudspeakers atop the tanks play a message in clear Yuragi. People of Yereg, do not panic. In accordance with the Victoria's policy regarding the current situation, we will ensure everyone's safety. This operation will not disturb the everyday lives of residents. We simply suggest everyone stays at home in this weather. We also have a warning for the criminals who have abducted Victorian citizens, and for those who associate with them. Release the hostages immediately, or we will take immediate action. Say, mister, mind if I cross the road? I need to head home to get the fire going. It's about dinner time and my wife's waiting for me. This area's off limits. You either take a detour or you wait. But I'm just trying to get to the other side of the road. If safety is your issue, go ahead and search me. I've just got food on me, nothing else. Are you at the Vineby Court? No, I'm just a smith. And take a detour, or wait. I've crossed this road for decades now. Don't cause them trouble. Don't cause trouble for them, mister. Nothing good will come out of it. Just listen to them and get out of there already. I will not be repeating myself a third time. The old man totters away. He turns his head to look back. Through the window of his workshop, his wife looks back at him. He waves his head. He waves his hand, telling his wife to leave. Arrogander above. I wish to hear of your wrath. Ooh, this is cool. Ooh. Invaders! How dare you? Get out! You hear me? Get out! Victorians this, Victorians that. It's the word I hate hearing most these days. Didn't think there'd still be anyone brave enough to kidnap one at a time like this. But don't you get it? It's obviously just some worthless excuse. Now that the Victorians are here, Yerga's about to change. Popustin! You're all just sitting back to watch while going on with your pessimistic talk. You're more spineless than a starving burn beast. I'm gonna show them the real Yereg. If you're going to make a ruckus, do it somewhere further away. Don't drag me into this. Right. Go to Carlin Trade. They got guards, don't they? You're all a bunch of cowards. Cowards? I get it. You got guts, and you don't mind getting your hands dirty, but do you have a family? If this is the outcome of the negotiations, if the three clans, the Vineby Court, Carlin Trade, like, if none of them are going to do anything, what can we do? Arrogander above. Forgive me for my fear. My cowardice. Anger. Fear. Unease. All sorts of emotions roil across the unarmed crowd. But they have no effect on the armed soldiers across from them. Their voices are drowned by the roar of the engines. It's been a bit since we got on the deck of one of these things. What is that? That's just Praminix. I guess the idea is Praminix is a Silver Ash, and Castor's bloodline is also Silver Ash related. But like, this is just military Pram. Sick outfit though. Your Grace, our fleet has encircled the passes into Yereg's mountains. The vanguard force in Yereg has also surrounded the Vineby Court. Yereg's own warriors are powerless to resist us. The whereabouts of Yereg's Saintess are currently unknown. She's right there! But we shall ensure that the moment she appears, we will locate her. The situation is still under control, so forgive me for speaking bluntly. There is no need for your grace to attend the battle in person. Do not be so hasty, Philippa. Choose your words wisely. If I may correct you, Yerrig is not our enemy, but a valuable partner in cooperation. But Carlin Trade still has not given an official response to our invitation to negotiate. I can imagine. Inciotes is a prideful man. One assumes that having to process this failure must be of inconceivable difficulty for him. You must have heard some of the tales about him, Philippa. By all calculations, he's your kin as well. If he really is the talented genius the rumors paint him as, then why did he abandon the chance to stand by your side, deciding to bury himself in the mountains instead? I simply do not understand. Like I said, he really is the prideful sort. I shall give him a little more time. 6 hours should do it. If the government of Yerrig continues to refuse to accept our agreement, then things can only end in a rather regretful manner. Understood. But there is still one trifling matter I am unsure is worth your grace's consideration. The matriarch of Clan Browntail, who by all rights should be dead, we have discovered further traces of activity from her. She is currently hidden within the Vinebee Court, under the protection of the Black Knight. Inciotes would not go to great lengths to hide someone unimportant at a time like this. It is not worth mentioning, but I am not fond of variables. Find her, and find what she is hiding. As you command, Your Grace. Understood. I shall carry out this assignment to a limited extent, then await further instruction. All hands take note. Team 1, guard the front. Team 2, head to the north gate to lock it down. Teams 3 and 4, find high vantage points to watch the court. Be on guard. If you allow even a single soul out, you shall have to answer to Her Grace in person. I have not received any orders to allow Victorians in, sir. I understand. We shall await here for a reply. The chairman has informed me not to accept any invitations. If you... No matter. I'm happy to wait here patiently. Just like how every child of Yerrig waits for bitter winter to pass. Speaking of, how do you people prepare for winter? Rather curious. I fear you may not have the opportunity to learn for yourself. I'm not here representing myself. My own experiences are not important, Mr. Edelweiss. I believe these terrible conditions call for giving everyone an equal chance to express themselves. Don't you agree? Why are you here? Rest easy, Chairman Edelweiss of Carlin Trade. I've come here for one very simple task. To invite Mr. Silverash to the negotiating table on behalf of Her Grace. A simple, peaceful conversation. All for protecting the bond between our two nations. You have brazenly sent an army to surround Yerrig, aimed your cannons at civilians, and dispatched your troops to blockade our markets. Are these actions meant to be part of this peaceful conversation? Mr. Edelweiss, Her Grace simply wishes to let the true master of Yerrig know that a speeding warship cares not where the people atop its deck run. For most, their best choice is to hold the handrail tight. Profound understanding can come over the passage of eons, or it can come in the blink of an eye. It all depends on the commands you've received, sir. Get to the point, Victorian. You shouldn't need me to teach you how to say what you're here to say. I would much rather call it sending a request, Mr. Edelweiss. A request from Victoria is a rather rare sight these days. We cordially invite Mr. Silverash to a spirited discussion with Her Grace about the future of Yerag. We shall ensure the meeting goes smoothly. Her Grace has also commanded that none be harmed. Then we too have our own request. Victoria is to immediately cease this military invasion. I regret to inform you that such a thing hinges on the results of Mr. Silverash and Her Grace's talks. I am unqualified to make such a promise in Her Grace's stead. Right now, my only hope is that there shall be a place warm enough for me to spend the winter. A fleeting hope that it shall be in Yerag. So I assume that Her Grace, that, I don't want to call her that, ew. That the Duke of Castor and Inseods, when they have their meeting, that's when Inseods is going to change forms, get his alter form. And then I imagine that, Inya, that's it. Incia is, Cliffheart. Inya is Pram. Pram is going to get her form when she, like, gets up the mountain to see Yergander. Possibly when she returns to the Vine Bee Court, like, on her way up the mountain or something, you know? How should you present yourself when you face her? I've asked myself that countless times, until tears of remorse flowed down my face, for I could not find the answer. Just like how, as I waver in the cold wind, I cannot find anything. The heart of Carlin is mere mystic rhetoric. A painting within a dream. A mire amidst the mountains. The Vine Bee Court says that, when you're on the brink of death, you shall see her face. I believe— oh, no! I believe this is my last chance. Yet, I am unable to prove anything to you. I see only my mother by the bonfire. My wife underneath the curtains. The life I should have. You have come to the end of this faithless follower's epitaph, one written by him, for him. His last request to you is to wipe away the snow upon this tomb. I thought it was Enya talking. A lonely grave stands by the road. Enya and Adso stop in front of it. Yeah, it's not really a neckbeard. Back for what Q was saying about this dude being a neckbeard. That's not a neckbeard. That's just a beard. All I did was bury him. He only had time to carve himself a marker before he died. So the bones we saw along the way are all the bones of humans. Only human beings would use value and meaning to paralyze themselves. To climb Carlin, to walk to her side, to witness her existence. They are willing to give their lives. The Saintess's right hand brushes against the worn wooden marker, completing its master's last wish. Cold wind sweeps past her fingertips, as if urging her to grab hold of something. She lifts her head toward the snow-capped peaks, as her ears catch the sound of a young woman laughing. Hmm? Elder, did you hear? She swallows down her unfinished question. The laughter echoes between the mountains and then fades, until it becomes nothing more than memory. I didn't hear anything. Please proceed, Saintess. Inya hesitates for a moment before nodding, continuing onwards toward the darkening horizon. toward the peaks laden with thick snow. The wind picks up, tangling itself in the Saintess's clothes. It leaves behind snow stuck to her brow, like how it sticks to the withered tree as she walks past. You need to try harder. We can't keep up with Inya if I have to keep pulling you. We're only 2 steps behind. No need to stand so close. Oh, right. Just now. They were talking to something, right? I think I saw it too. But there's nothing here except snow and rocks. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Elena forces herself toward a few more steps. Elena forces herself forward a few more steps. Behind her, the snow where she stepped is suffused with a deep blue glow. At the same time, she has the faint sensation of someone watching her, though the only one by her side is Joanna, gritting her teeth as she pulls at Elena's arm. The billowing wind has numbed her brain. It must have been her imagination. As the thought runs through her mind, Elena hears a sigh. You took it upon yourself to enter a gamble you are fated to lose. Saintess. This is... Indeed. The depths of the mountains. The location of the heart of Carlin. I did as you asked, Inya. I dragged her all the way here. We're here. Don't just stand there. Huh? Wait. This... no. This can't be. Elena puts all her strength into shaking her head and patting her cheeks before taking out a bevy of instruments, waving them against the cave wall. It is an ordinary cave, one that can be seen anywhere in Yerag. Its only unusual property is its proximity to Mount Carlin's peak. Enya heads deeper within, her breathing picking up pace as she does. The deepest part of the cave is only 100 meters from the entrance, barely wide enough to fit 5 or 6 men. The rocks are covered in a thin layer of moss and lichen, and the air is permeated with the humid scent of fungi and soil. You are not the first who wished to find her, and neither was I. My greatest wish during my youth was to witness her true form, to prostrate myself before her. And so, I checked every book in the Hall of Writings, read every line of every poem, all to find proof of her existence. Many before me have left behind records and analyses. One mentioned this place, the only cave atop Mount Carlin. I followed the endless rugged mountain trails before finally finding myself here. The records say that the clerics of the court once sought refuge in the depths of Carlin. Just so. Perhaps you still recall the story of the Saintess who roused Yeragander. According to legend, when Yeragander sent divine punishment, the Vineby court chose 100 girls in succession to ascend the mountain and pray. The last of the girls was the one who quelled her fury. But in truth, the final girl was the daughter of a clan leader, which incited the great clans to ally and lay siege to the court. During the massacre, the surviving clerics fled here, after which came the so-called miracle. Peace returned to Yerag. And how would you explain this miracle? Look at Yerag as it is now, and the answer shall be clear. Who has ever heard of a war that came to an end for no reason? If even the murder of a girl can transform into a sublime miracle, so too can political compromise become the stuff of legend. Murder. So that is how you see the actions of the court of old. Indeed. To use murder to seek comfort. To allow ignorance to spur on the heart. This is the bloody debt the court has borne in the name of Yergander. With no god to promise us eternity, our every step is on thin ice, with no room for inattention. I have brought you here to learn the truth behind Yergander, Saintess. And now, I shall wait for you. No matter how long you struggle to process it. Inya, come over here, quick! This pile of rocks at the deepest part of the cave doesn't seem natural. It's more like a door that someone built. The clerics of old made this place into a sanctuary. Finding things here is hardly strange. In other words, behind this door is most likely the hiding place of the ancient clerics, and a place where countless secrets of Yereg are hidden. What is more likely is that behind that door, you will find absolutely nothing. Is this where the battleship is? This is either where the battleship is, or she's gonna find a lot of cleric bones. I'm imagining like a scene out of Avatar, like when Aang and the gang get to the first air temple, and you find the one elder surrounded by a bunch of Fire Nation soldiers. I kind of imagine that, but like not that situation, but just that kind of visual. Or if it's not the tank and it's not that, nothing. Or just Yar is there. What is more likely is that behind that door, you will find absolutely nothing. Then, let us bear witness, Elder Otso. Or it's like Priestess Originium or something stupid like that, but stupid air quotes. Something like not at all related like that. I hope there's a CG of this, whatever it is. Inya half shuts her eyes as she walks past the old man, droning on about history, slowly approaching the end of the cave. She takes a deep breath, then presses her body against the cave wall, like a reunion hug after a long time away. Soil sticks to her hands and cheeks. Moss pokes out from under her hair. It is as if she were fast asleep atop the earth. Actually, the old Saintess outfit. I don't know what Inya's outfit in her altar form is, but my new guess is that that's like a traditional Saintess outfit, and she finds it behind this door. As like, because I think, didn't W technically, isn't W's altar's outfit like, I just found this on some bones in a cave. When she like talks to the one dude, isn't that where that's from? Is it gonna be the same thing? But a lot less W and a lot more Inya, like where it's peaceful and somber in a way. It is as if she were fast asleep atop the earth. I can feel it. According to my readings, Inya, behind this super thin rock wall, there seems to be a giant cavern. But there's no other way in. I can blow this door open if we have to. Wait, this is holy ground! Do it. Inya! Oh, Yergander above. Pardon the intrusion. It's all in the name of the truth. Ooh! Oh, it's gonna be fun. That's really sick. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I'm not gonna look at that yet. Before we continue, take a small break. I need to go get some more water. So I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in like less than a minute, preferably. But while I'm away, think about what's behind that door. Think about what you think is behind that door. I'm leaning towards like, it's a giant cavern. Because I forget. They might have said it at the end of the last event, but I wouldn't be super duper surprised if the battleship is back there, because we haven't seen the battleship in forever, and they might have moved it back there because that's a place that no one will look. I don't know how I'll feel about that. That's gonna be a little bit of a surprise moment if that's the case. A large cavern could also be just the place where you fight Yar / Yergander as the boss. Because it looked like it was the top of the mountain, but maybe it's not the top of the mountain. Maybe it's just in a giant cavern. So it could be either of those. That's like my big idea right now. But I will be right back. And I am back. Hi. Okay. So without reading that, click it. Let's get into it. The worst part about this is if they don't actually... It's gonna... If it goes... I saw Degenbrecher. Okay, I saw Degenbrecher in the description here, and I see Trilby Asher here. And this will be a really bad note if they don't do anything with Inya right now, and they're gonna save that to like 10. That will stink, because that's a clear cliffhanger. And maybe that's what they're gonna do, because maybe it is just straight up that Yar is behind there, and they don't want to like tell you that in here. They're gonna like set that up as the 10 before node because it's a big thing, but like rude if so. I am in position. As Her Grace's latest instructions state, Ratatosis' feigned death must have a reason. She's most likely carrying important information on her person and is to be captured alive. This is the front. The courtyard is empty. Prepare for direct contact. Do not attract attention. End it quick. The only thing to watch out for is the Black Knight, who is most likely still here. But where is she? The intruder looks about warily, holding his weapon tight. Not good. A black Degenbrecher flies at unbelievable speed toward him. The intruder is sent flying by the incredible force, slamming it against the walls. I heard more fighting outside. What in blazes is going on? Quiet down. The trickiest enemies for us to handle are outside right now. Degenbrecher's risking her life to protect us. The only thing you can do right now is sit down, shut up, and not be discovered. I heard the broadcast say that I'm a hostage abducted by Yerag? Why? You fellow Victorians got their weapons out and started up their tanks. They're not letting anyone out of this place. So, are they here to rescue you, or are they here to keep people in the know, locked up in here so they can get their other plans done? The answer is obvious. You mean they're using my rescue as an excuse to invade Yereg? That's what you said. And it seems reality agrees with you. How did it all come to this? If you got a way to get the information out, you can ask your fellow countrymen that question. When I came to this place, I thought I could help the oppressed people. With my camera and my words, I would be able to let more people know about the true Yereg. I believed all that I did had meaning. Should I be thanking you, or should I be thanking you for your kindness or something? Alright, alright. I'll treat you as an actual kind-hearted lady, then. So, don't play dumb with me now. Why do you think what you've seen is the true Yereg? And who do you think is doing the oppressing here? Melting snow atop the roof becomes water dripping into the courtyard, causing ripples in the intruder's pooling blood. Before him, the face shrouded in light looks right back at him. Within the great hall, the candle flames are like chained bloodthirst, raging and roiling. Such power. No wonder the reports on Yereg emphasize the Black Knight's presence. I knew you people would try to sneak in. You. To tell you the truth, I can't tell which of you is which underneath those masks. A colleague of yours who came to Yereg before, surely he told you this land is not one you can trample as you please. Indeed, your fame is known to us. We made sure to make ample preparations. So you intend to win through numbers? None of us could hope to claim victory over you. It is only a mission, nothing more. Your clothes may mark you as elites. But here's something you wouldn't know without feeling some pain. If you wish to pass, it will only be as a corpse. Come! It's rare that I have a chance to go all out. I suppose I should consider you all willing to die. She takes up a killing stance as the air is filled with the muffled cries of unsheathed weapons. With drawn blades and cold gleams, they slowly step forward, stepping onto the puddles reflecting a muddied sky. Upon this holy ground, a savage melee is about to begin. The humid air warms and dries. Falling snow melts. Steam rises. Droplets splash about. From the clash of steel against flesh come sparks of scarlet. Hey, this is pretty cool. Oh, they're going at it. This is really neat. That was a fun sequence. I haven't seen a big combat sequence like that, I think, ever, or at least it's been a really long time. Because usually they'll have like the two of them like meet, there'll be like a clash effect, or maybe like ding 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 ding. But that was good. You can kind of like in your head picture little bits and pieces here and there. That's neat. Huh. Not bad. Again. I never thought it would be like this. Should I not have come to Yereg, Madame Ratatos? That's a question you need to answer yourself, along with your country. On the Yereg side of things, I might have also considered using one as pure-hearted as you, so I can't really blame Victoria for doing it. So what exactly does the information I have mean to Victoria? And to Yereg? They're just making a fuss out of you to make it look like the facts are already settled. Don't take it too seriously. We're hostages. Nothing more. I feel like this is all rather absurd. Well, that's one way to sum it up. If your camera still works, this would make some excellent material for you. If I walked out that door, the rest of you would be fine, right? If you did, they'd point their swords at you and confiscate all your material. You yourself might even disappear without a trace, with nobody else knowing what had happened to you. With things having come to a head, you're the one who's meant to understand them the most, not me. So, are we supposed to sit here and do nothing? I don't think the Victorians want to lose you, Miss Hostage. Just calm down, wait, and then... Well, I don't care what your plan is, Inciodes. It's time to put it into action. Reporting in. We built some temporary fortifications just like you ordered, Sir Arctaz. The enemy fleet hasn't fired yet. And said they're marching towards a place 3 clicks from us. How should we respond? Our explosive reserves? We've moved over all we could. We'll be risking our lives, but at the very least, we can delay the Victorian advance for a while. Good. Get the troops in formation. Meanwhile, I'll have a chat with these Victorians. The ship stops in front of him. Its dark gray armor plating reflecting the sun's light. This is one of the rare moments in Arctiz's life where he is forced to look up. Sometimes there's a lot of superfluous dialogue that really doesn't do a lot. IMO, but every so often you get like this. This is such a really good one. Because Arknights is a big imposing dude. He's like the guy. And also not only is it just that he is physically big and imposing, but he's a very powerful man in like the sense of if he's like sitting at a table, he's like at the head of the table, or he's like on like a pedestal looking down at people a lot of the times. And so that's a fun one. It tells you that like, yeah, he's usually at the top of the food chain, and now he's like maybe not at the top of the food chain. This is a good. That's a great little line of dialogue, or just a line of text, exposition, whatever you want to call it. Who's your commander? Tell him to come out for a chat. My commanding officer does not wish to come to blows with you, Arctaz Palroach. That all depends on why you've come to Yereg. Don't tell me you're all just lost in the woods. Her Grace has already made everything clear in her open letter. We must defend Victoria's interests while helping Yereg stabilize following the catastrophe. All we ask is for the mastermind behind Yereg's troubles, Inciod Silverash, to receive the trial he deserves, which I believe is in line with Clan Pelrich's thinking. The only thing I'm thinking is this. You take even one more step forward, you'll pay the full price for it. The only way you'll be going any further into Yereg is over my dead body! Back already? What are the commander's orders? No changes. We keep guarding this final checkpoint. Once all their people are in, they'll definitely find Yereg's arsenal. They've been searching for ages now, but they still haven't found anything? Yeah. Even if Yereg can't make any big moves like they said, I'm not willing to bet that Incio's guy doesn't have something up his sleeve. Maybe. Another transport truck? Oh, this one's all yours, buddy. All tired out from checking all those beans last truck. Beans? Fine. The guard waves down the truck, slowly approaching him. It obediently comes to a halt. Sorry, mister, but as per Her Grace's orders, all vehicles passing this point are to be searched. Unload your cargo. A thick baton smacks into his head with a bonk before the other guard can cry out for help. A shadow appears behind him, tightening itself around his neck. Monge? No, okay. You clear the road again, sir, just like the plan said. Update Gnosis on the situation. Oh, it's probably Matterhorn. Get those supplies transported. We can't keep him waiting. Because it wouldn't be Gnosis, I don't think. And Degenbrecher's already, like, occupied. So if it's a dude, it's probably... Well, it's either Matterhorn or, if they're question marking it, it could also be, Courier. She is unsure whose blood is blurring her sight as it runs down her cheek into the corner of her mouth. Please have a CG for that. That'd be really cool. She tastes an iron tang she has not tasted in a while. Blood tastes like iron. That's a ping pong reference. Okay, that's cool. When I said CG, I meant just like the character portrait, but like, okay, that's cool too. That's not really running down to her mouth. I guess this one kind of is. I'll take it. Her twin Degenbrechers quiver as they fend off blades coming at her from all directions, while her enemy's wily tricks have left wounds all over her body. She has not taken a single step back. Ooh, okay, that was cool. Seven or eight of her foes lie slumped on the floor around her. Oh, it was zoomed in there. Do you think this is like actually a really, really high quality CG? Or do you think they just had like this and then they zoomed in and like redid the face later on? Because if this is a really, really high quality CG, that's insane. You're at your limit, Black Knight. In truth, you can still choose to lay down your arms and surrender. You're all mouth. Lock up your silver tongues and come at me if you're brave enough. Even you must bleed. Would you not regret dying here, knight? Meaningless drivel when said to someone who holds their own life cheap. Clang. That was her skill 3 activating. She takes advantage of her foe's moment of complacency, sending him flying. Most times, she could not let out a blow this strong. But now, her strength is fueled by a rage that had not burned in. But now, her strength is fueled by a rage that had not burned in a very long time. The mere sight of the scar-laden knight's furious form is enough to strike fear into the hearts of her enemies. Some of them take half a step back. They're faltering, they're hesitating, they're wavering. What are you so afraid of? I like that, but she just gets to kick ass. She was the boss of the first one, and then she comes in the second one, and then she kicks more ass in the third one. Like, it's very solid characterization. The knight takes a shaky step forward, leaving behind 2 trails of blood upon the ground. Her eyes shine brighter than ever, but it is the shine of bloodshot eyes. Her body is fast losing its ability to stand, yet her unwavering fervor still flows. From where, she does not know. The candles of the hall slowly extinguish. The reflections on the floor become all the more blurry. In the end, she staggers. No! Get Harold in there. Have Harold heal her. Get her back up. Several smoke grenades fly into the courtyard, covering everything in a cloud of fumes. Mm-hmm. Who's there? They aren't court guards. Someone our intelligence didn't account for is intervening. We can't continue the mission. Abort mission. Retreat with the wounded. Not archers. Is it just like Silver Ash or Pale Roach or whatever, or is it I think this would be Courier. This feels right to be Courier. I don't know why. It's just Courier with like some Carlin Tree dudes. Maybe Gnosis. Maybe Gnosis. No, no. This has to be Encio's because Encio's is saving Dejin. After Dejin saved him so many times. Made it right on time. Victoria's elite hooligans won't be sorted that easily. We need to find somewhere safe. Wake up. This is no time for a nap. Oh, it's... I was thinking about Sharp when I was talking about like how Dejin was badass. Oh my god, the Sharp! It's been so long. It makes so much sense actually, because they fought for... You're... Sharp. Take it easy with the talking. You're wounded. Did the doctor send you? Silver Ash has been in contact with the doctor the whole time. After hearing about the catastrophe in Yurik, the doctor figured you've run into trouble. While we do have our hands pretty full at the moment, the doctor did promise that if you ever found yourselves in a pinch, we wouldn't just stand back and watch. I've already called Rhodes Island for reinforcements. They should be here any minute now. What about the Inciods? No need to worry. I believe Silver Ash has managed to take the reins of this situation. Just hang in there, Digimetra. You're through the hardest part now. It's their second day! They're adorable! Are we able to maintain our current output? Yes, sir. Ammunition stocks will be as expected, but Chairman Eloise, I can't help but doubt things. If what we're facing is the Dukecaster's fleet, then even if we raise our efficiency tenfold, we still won't be able to compete with them. No need to worry. Just follow the plan. We'll handle the rest. I worked for Carlin Trade for 11 years now, Chairman. I know what it's brought to Yerag. I believe in both of you. I guess this was more of like a statement. Like, I believe in both of you. Like, I thought it was gonna be like, I believe in both of you, but... It seems you're ready now. I suppose you don't need me for any further reminders. Master of Clan Silver Ash. Oh, is he gonna switch over now? Since this is to be a negotiation. Yeah! Since this is to be a negotiation, I thought I would change into something more formal. From behind. Gaster's army has laid siege to Yerag while her advanced forces have control over several of our streets, forcing the civilians back into their homes. Arknights has brought his men to confront the Victorians, but they are a frail force in comparison. The Duke's envoy came by Carlin Trade, asking me to pass you an invitation to the negotiating table. She is waiting for you, Inciods. It sounds like the situation is still within our expectations. Look at you, admiring this lonely battleship. Does it not seem too weak as it is now? Lately, I have found myself often thinking about a day from many years ago. The day my parents received an invitation from Clan Browntail. My father told me that the reason why the Browntails and the Pale Roaches did not support us was because they had not seen what he had seen. If someone can take a step forward, even if it is only a single step, even if it is the infamous Luca Browntail. They knew of the worst-case scenario, but they did not hesitate. Now, I am at the age at which they passed away. Looking back, it seems that some things haven't changed. But at least now I know why they did not hesitate. In the wake of their passing, I followed my clan as we left Yerag to head to Victoria. It was a rough start. I was learning almost out of habit, as I got used to the disdainful looks of my Victorian classmates. The only thing that kept me going was the knowledge that one day, I would return to Yerag. But in the end, you went to Victoria too. I fear I shall never forget the look on your face when I first greeted you at school. I was simply surprised by the way you greeted me, asking me if I still remembered our childhood promise like some sort of naive fool. Do you still want to make Yerrig big enough for the both of us? But it was also what convinced me that everything you said, the future you envisioned, was no mere fantasy. Thus, I hitched my rope to Carlin Trade, which leads me to today. Today's far from enough, Gnosis. I'm about to meet with the House, the most ruthless of creditors. No matter if I am there to see it or not, I will give Yerrig a tomorrow. Finally, I want you to know that it is not just us supporting you. Many other people of Yerrig do too. Carlin Trade's years of toil were not for nothing. If you were to ask me what I had wished to hear at this very moment, you always were able to get people to tell you exactly that. Do you have an example? Like when you told Degenbrecher you would treat her as nothing more than a pawn, and that when her contract expired, it was up to her if she stayed in Yerrig. But you already knew her answer. Perhaps why I wish to hear such words is precisely because I am not so sure you would give me such answers. Are you afraid? When I declared I would make Yerrig into a grand stage big enough for us more than 20 years ago, I had signed away all rights to be afraid. You've experienced it for yourself. I am sure you have not forgotten. But at times, I too need a few words of encouragement. So have Degenbrecher and I managed to provide you with them? Without a doubt. Aww. I am truly glad to have you both. Perhaps, in the year to come, we will no longer need to make these usurious deals or rely on the Vinebeak Court to have faith. Perhaps you two will have the better of me in. Enough with the self-flattery, Hensiodes. Go and see the Yerrig of your dreams for yourself. If you are a coward who dares not face his own dream, then so be it. Degenbrecher and I have our own things to do. Like right now, I should go. As you wish. Hey! That's a fun little reveal. I guess is there usually a CG when they get their new outfit? I think there is. I think it depends on the character. I feel like, with recent stuff, they definitely do. They've definitely been, it feels like they've upped the amount of CGs in this event, which I like. It shows that even though this is a long event, they put a lot of, like, time and effort into it, which I guess it being a long event inherently implies that they're putting time and effort into it. Cool. Alright. We want to get done with this. If we can get done with these two as well, that would be great. But my only goal right now is just to get done with this, so without further ado. The climax of everything should be here. Because after this is when you do the final boss battle, and everything else should be falling action from that point onward. The rock wall collapses with the first blast. Yes, okay, so they did do the thing where, like, cliffhanger at the end of 9, or at the beginning of the end of 9. The end of the beginning of 9, I guess is actually the best way to put that. And then wrap back here, because yes, it's going to just be switch into the new outfit and then fight Yerrig. Yerrigander. The rock wall collapses with the first blast, revealing a deep cavern to the Splunkers. Splunky? Just like I thought. Looks like you really can go deeper. Can't see much further than the tunnel entrance. We'll need to go down if we want to explore. Inya? Her question echoes through the cave. The Sanctus does not answer, for she is watching the babbling old man purse his lips tight. Oh, she switched. Which is good, actually, because I would much rather her go from this to the new outfit than, like, from the cozy to the new outfit, even though I do like the cozy. I feel like she's been using the cozy for far too long in this event. Seek not my temple, but my heart. I await you, Elder Otso. His legs are like wizened tree roots, his dried out throat like a shallow pool in the dry season. There he stands, unmoving. I shall stay here and keep watch while you enter to do what you must do. But didn't you make a vow with Inya that you'd prove whatever's inside isn't Yeragander? If you don't come with us... I've already made myself clear. I shall keep watch outside. If she truly does exist, then she should come out herself to greet me. Ooh, he's kind of sticking his head in the dirt right now. I kind of like that he's come to his own conclusion, really. Like, he's a really good villain because he has very clear, like, wants and needs and desires. And he's got this idea of, like, Yeragander does not exist. I don't think Yeragander exists. And when confronted with the potential of, like, possibly meeting Yeragander, instead of, like, going in there, he's saying, no, I'm not gonna go in there. If she exists, she has to come out here. He's moving, like, goalposts in a way because he's actually afraid of finding out the truth. Because he's so sure that he's right that if he's wrong, it will shatter his worldview. He won't know what to do. I guess in a lot of ways, if it does shatter his worldview, he'll go back to the naive young boy that he was, where he believed in Yeragander instead the embittered old man that he is, which will be great. But he's being stubborn. Elder, it seems as though rather than learning the truth, you would much rather be blind to evidence of her. No, I would not. I would never. There are no answers here. Then, why did you bring us here, yet refuse to bear witness? No. She does not exist. Daughter of Silverash, and you too, do not pretend you have not seen. The hunters who tan furs with frozen fingers, the gleaners who choke upon dust, and the earthly haunted with their torn skin. Have you not seen them? They who kneel upon the dirt until their knees bleed, all to beg and plead to Yeragander for salvation. No. To end their miserable lives, early even. While you huddle together in your warm houses making merry, it was I and the Vine Bee Court who would go where you were unwilling to even look at, to the homes of the impoverished and destitute. It was I who soothed them. I who kept preaching to them that none shall be abandoned. Even if you were born into a lifetime of suffering, there is still a God who loves you. It was we who built the nation where people can greet their ends with a smile. But Yeragander, this arbitrary liege lord, this king who sees all as her cattle, she should save these people, save all of Yerag. Yet she is aloof, magicking up some miracle every once in a while to show her power. Why is it only ever barely a handful of people saved? Now you even wish to go see this monster, this tyrant, to ask her to deny me, to deny the order we have so painstakingly built. I cannot. What more is left that could support this old man? He collapses into the dirt, crying out in anguish as if his frail body were struck by some invisible hammer. Speak. Tell me. Why does she not know? Why does she not understand? Why do you stay silent? Great Elder, why is he so upset? Elder Otso, I understand where you're coming from. We are not allowed to witness the true face of God. Only through her admonishments, her creations, can we describe her. But I still wish to believe that no matter what I see at the other end of this cave, my faith shall not be swayed. The virtues and commandments, the knowledge and wisdom she has conferred upon us, they have meaning. I merely wish to see clearly what road the children of Yereg have followed. Inya turns and walks into the deep cavern without the slightest hesitation, towards where her faith lies. How long has it been now? It's been 5 hours and 57 minutes since we sent our ultimatum, Your Grace. Oh, fashionably late as always, because he has 6 hours. He only has 3 minutes left. They're fashionably on time, as always, I guess I should say. I must say, I did not expect Inseods to choose to respond this way. 'Tis a pity things had to end like this. Relay the order. All men are to... Matt. Your Grace, we sighted one of Yereg's high-speed battleships. You don't mean... How many? Just the one, Your Grace. What's up, Rain? Welcome in. Hi, hi. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Even with the aid of binoculars, those standing atop the deck can see it. In the distance, a battleship slowly emerges from a snow-draped valley. Its hue that of silver ash. How far is the distance from my mic? If I stand up, it's actually not that far. And also, I didn't stand up. I just stretched. I guess it says stand up, but it's more of a stretch, honestly. High key. Perhaps everyone is thinking the same thing at this moment. This ship, no matter if you compare it to the fleet it is facing, or the mounds behind it, is rather on the small side. Okay, hold on. Ah! The description of stand-up just says break time. It doesn't actually say I'm gonna stand up. It's what we just call the it's what we call it, right? It's what they say is a that's our brand name, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's actually standing up. Also, why did I get hit by that? Oh, because the scam. Okay, thank you. Or no, not the opposite of thank you. Don't, ow. Perhaps everyone is thinking the same thing at this moment. It's rather on the small side. Silver Ash. Your Grace, the ship is hailing us on a public frequency. Their message states that this is Yereg's high-speed battleship, and her captain is Inseod Silver Ash. Actually, okay, so I'm not actually, I'm not a huge military nerd, but I'm just enough that I know certain bits. There is a in the Navy, you have the change outfit, stand up. Good lord. It would just be me going like And just like covering all of you guys. Like, oh, look at me, I'm standing up. Ha ha ha. There we go. But no, I just realized something, by the way. In battleships, like not the game, but like actual like naval warfare, you got the triangle, right? Which is the armor plating on the battleship, the speed of the battleship, and the third one. I forget what the third one is. Hold on. I gotta do it real quick. Go to good old Frederick Knudsen, down the rabbit hole, Battle for May Island. Oh, there it is. Speed, armor, firepower. That's it. Hold on. I can't show you the because my thing is broken. But like, yes, this is the one. In battleship design, or at least in simplified battleship design, you have these three. The top one being speed, that's showing a rudder. The bottom right one being armor plating, and the bottom left one being firepower. And so even though the Silver Ash's ship is small, meaning it probably doesn't have a lot of armor plating, it's definitely fast, and we don't know if it packs a punch or not, though. And if it's fast, it can pack a punch. The thing that can happen is that it gets into position, it fires, and it moves, which is really, really good. Because if you're a big, bulky battleship, it's a lot harder to do that because you're so much slower. And if your guns are, depending on your guns, it might be hard to like hit something going fast. So even though Silver Ash has a smaller battleship, he might have just an objectively better battleship. Boosh. That means he cares little for us. No, I was just letting you guys see my back. You guys got to see the star knitting on my back pocket. This message states that this is Yerrick's high-speed battleship, and our captain is Insiode Silverash. He sends his greetings to the Victorian Duke of Castor. Oh. But does this stunt of his mean he is here to negotiate? Or to start a war? He says he hopes that he can have a pleasant discussion with your grace. And he hopes that the discussion can take place aboard your grace's Gloriana. Very well. Welcome our guest aboard. Oh-ho. It's a happening. It has been a while, most esteemed Duke of Castor. I trust you have been well, Hensiodes. It truly has been quite a while. Whenever a youth such as you stands before me, it reminds me that time is fleeting. Oh, how is one meant to endure such a thing? Though much time has passed, I shall never dare forget the aid you gave me at that time, alongside your kindness towards Carlin Trade. You were far too hasty when leaving Victoria. You only remembered to bring along Castor's aid with you, while leaving our friendship behind. I had even hoped that one day you would invite me to Yerrick as your guest. But since you are here, then I should extend you a host's courtesy. A host's courtesy, you say? I find myself rather curious. Since you have been expelled from Carlin Trade and the Silver Ash clan is branded as traitors in bed with Victoria, then who have you come to me as? It is simple. Hey! I am here as the sole authority of Yerrick. I shall speak for this nation as we discuss matters. Hey, that's a fun little, like, because they show them from behind and from the side. Then you get the far off shot, and then like that was a good build up for it, for his like sprite shot. If your battleship is pointing enough, then you can put all your points into speed and armor with no need for weaponry. Also kind of true. Isn't that basically someone who has like 1 hour? It's actually a shorter video, but I recommend watching the Battle for May Island down the rabbit hole. It's a good video, and it goes more into like, especially World War II era battleships, because World War II is like where because like World War One, you get like rudimentary flight, and you get like the ships kind of going over into the more modern part. But World War II had great leaps in plane technology and in ship technology, and a lot of like what we do now has transformed from there, but a lot of it stems from that, or at least my knowledge of it stems from that. So you have like your destroyers, you have your battleships, you have your carriers, you have your submarines, and how everything like plays into each other is really interesting. And I feel like I think it's just the K-class submarines themselves were basically that, where they're just big and bulky, and like they didn't do that well, but they did crash into things a lot. Not intentionally, it just happened like that. Though I guess they weren't fast. They had, so on the triangle of ship power, the K-class submarine, which is like the main focus of the Battle of May Island VOD documentary thing, the K-class just went full on attack power and defense with no speed whatsoever. It's just a big bulky mess. Which the German, yeah, actually this is all like it. It's not battleships actually. It's more submarines. So what's happening with the battleships in Arknights are more like the submarines from World War II, where the K-class submarine was, which was British by the way, like Castor, was all attack and defense with no speed. It was a big bulky mess and it kind of sucked. And then the Germans' U-boats were fast and powerful, but they had like no armor because like you just send them out there. They basically do like bombarding runs, or they do like torpedoing runs and just get out. Like they're sneaky. They speed in, take their shot, and get out. And that's what Inciodes' ship makes me think about. Inciodes is a German U-boat. Delete. My Yeragander. This place is huge. It's beyond imagination. Was this place really an artificial refuge? At the very least, it was hidden by human hands. Do you see any ruins the court may have hidden here, Inya? No, I don't. Wait, did you hear that? This sound like rocks falling on the snow. No, it's more like, well, based on these readings, it's rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Even the stone here. These veins on it are like actual blood vessels, fluorescing to the pulse of the sound. How would you explain it? My instruments are picking up biosignals. It's gonna be hard to believe, but there's only one answer. We are inside the body of a living being. But how can that be? Oh, this is fun. Astigene, who's always been like about science, is finally meeting something that's beyond her reckoning, which is like a real thing in the world of Arknights as well. And so everyone's getting their perceptions altered. They're now like learning new things about the world, and their views may change because of it. And that's fun. That's an arc. That's an arc. They're going through an arc. Ooh, whoa. What is this? Nearly tripped over it. Seems like there's some sort of statue here. I nearly bumped into it too. Let me turn my emergency light on. That's me whenever we turn the lights on and off in the hangar, actually. The shimmering light dispels the darkness, revealing the thing that is blocking their path. Is it like a statue with the outfit that she's gonna change into for her altar form? Huh? An ice sculpture. Why is it crawling across the ground? Oh. Yeah, it's not the only one. Look, there's another one there. Seems like there's even more of them this way. They're clothed the same way the ancient peoples of Yerriger described in historical records, but do these people have the technique to sculpt like this? Craft and sculpture of the time were cruder. Inya, what do you... Inya? I'm afraid that these are not statues. They're not. These are past saintesses. Oh. They are from the last time Yergander vanished. They who offered themselves up as sacrifices to beg her to return to Yerrig. Inya brushes her fingers against the sculpture's face. Her wrinkles, her flesh, her cheeks puffed up by gritted teeth, her eyelashes, her tears staining her cheeks unevaporated. A girl dead from hypothermia. Her delusional relief and trembling from the cold merged into a single expression. They were encased in ice after their deaths, preserving their faces and postures. They were all looking in the same direction. They were all looking for her answer. The women follow the gazes of these sculptures, turning to look behind them. What is that? I've never seen anything shaped like that in the Yereg. It is Yergander. It is what the people of the past saw. And also, its heightened scale are far beyond ancient techniques. It couldn't possibly be a relic of the past. But this cave has been sealed off for ages. Who did this, and why? A frigid wind from nowhere, laden with fine snow, slams into them. Inya, look out! They don't have Snow Hunter here for some reason. Aww. If it was just Pram, that'd be one thing, but the fact that they have Pram and Astrogen but no Snow Hunter, I feel bad for her. The statue is calling me. The sound of a beating heart gradually becomes an ear-splitting din. She cannot hear the shouts of her companions, not even her own breathing. The only thing her senses take in is the statue's icy radiance, alongside an irresistible urge. The moment the Saintess's hand strokes the base of the statue, a great shock envelops all present. A vibrant scene rushes into the Saintess's mind. Yar? Ooh. What? Yeah. Where did they go into hiding now? I just saw it. Its shadow darted across the grass and vanished. Did I lose track of it again? Past experience advises her to stoop down. She was still a child the first time she set foot into the forest. What was it her father taught her then? Listen up, Joanna. Hunting isn't easy. You need to be careful. You need to be brave. You need to be determined. And you need to be merciful. You need to pay attention to the tracks left by every animal. Footprints in the snow, scratches on bark, fallen hairs, spoor and traces of buried food. She walks by an expanse of snow, trees, and bare soil. Still, no sign of her prey. Her gigantic prey, nearly the size of a small mountain, seems to have disappeared into thin air. Don't rush, even if you can't find anything. Don't rush, Joanna. You're a hunter. You'll find your game. For she has promised you that you may enter the forest with bow and crossbow, and the forest shall give you the meat and fat you require. I see it! Over there! Over there! The shadow fleeing out from the underbrush is swift, shooting out over the trail towards the depths of the forest on the other side. The girl waves her arm behind her as she shouts. Dad! Head into the forest on this side. Let's pincer it. A voice replies from the empty forest. Go, Jonah. You and me. We'll catch it. Go. You'll catch it. You're such a faithful girl. Never missing prayers or ceremonies. Always concentrating when you carve statues of her. Even telling her your thoughts every night. She will grant you a full belly, happiness, and a tomorrow to wake up to. Because of your piety, and the time you have given her. If I can actually hunt that thing down, we won't have to go hungry this winter. It'll be enough to feed my brothers and sisters, and I can even give some to the old lady next door. And the lady who just had the baby across the road. The horns can be carved into statues of Yeragander, and the skin can be made into a new set of clothes for my sister. There's a warmth in her chest to go with her joy, as if something were swelling within, fit to burst. Her legs are faster than ever. Her hands do not tremble. She closes in on her prey. Nearly got it. Please, bless my hand, Yeragander. Her crossbow bolt flies through the air, its scream shattering the serenity of the snowfield. The girl sprints after her quarry into a bush. She can almost reach its thick fur. There is nothing in her grasp. Only a chunk of originium crystal in her arm, growing like wildfire. What use is your faith? Yeragander will not protect you. The land shall have its fill, and you are but its prey. This room is very familiar to me, though I have never seen it. I am well aware of what this is. The cramped, gloomy room is filled with the scent of pine oil, thick to the point you can barely walk through it. It is joined with a dry heat that resists description. This is one of my thoughts. Oh, they even got him! The old man gets up from his chair. He steps forward as if he were about to measure the size of the room with his feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, 10. 10 steps. 10 is enough. A narrow compartment, soundproofed, insulated, unknown to others, suited for clandestine discussions. If I had put it that way, if I had extended the invitation that way, then the silver ashes. What did I say when Luca came to meet with me? Did I advise him to not commit this unpardonable sin, or did I not? Did I advise him to return to the righteous path, or did I not? Did I agree with him, or did I not? Did I believe new things that couple brought with them would destroy the soul of Yerag, or did I not? Did I tell him how to build a hidden room within the parlor of the Browntown Manor, or did I not? Did I tell him how to store pine resin, flammable materials, dry wood and fire starters, or did I not? The fragrance intensifies to the point that it stings the nose. You forgot our deal. Brother! Oh! You were supposed to take control of the Vine Bee Court and work with me, so that all of Yerag would serve under the Browntail name. Why are you already such a do-nothing coward? No! It wasn't supposed to be like this! You know how much blood is on our hands just getting us to this point. Look at those two girls, Radatos and Cirrus. They're your own flesh and blood. You're not going to close your eyes as the Silver Ashes and Pale Roaches put them to the sword when they grow up, are you? All my life, I have told many lies, cheated many people, including those I love, and those who love me, those I trusted and those who trusted me. I once sincerely believed that great power was the answer to everything. But I was wrong. My decades in the Hall of Writings washed my heart clean of my arrogance and stupidity. I understood that the only thing left in my life was a mission. A mission to serve the truth. The very virtue that Yeragander carved upon each and every one of our souls. And so, to repent deeply for the injurious plots against my neighbors, for my despicable tearing away of parent from child, for my lust for power, for the lies that poured from my deceitful tongue. If Yeragander truly existed, how could she ignore all I did? Fire. A fire from out of nowhere. Or rather, it is a fire lit decades ago. A well-crafted trap that has finally found its prey. A fire that has burned for thousands of days finally sweeps in furiously, engulfing all that Odso sees. Ooh. Get out of here. It was us who found this unfreezing lake first. Nonsense. We're the ones who found it first. Our brains and agility let us look out from atop the tallest branches, so we're the real masters of the lake. Oh, hey! The foundation of Yerag, where it's the Urson Pale Roaches, it's the Zalak Brown Tails, and then you're gonna have a Silver Ash in here in a second. Sure, you've got good eyes. Unless you spot water and fruit. You've got weak limbs. You can barely do anything without wobbling like a baby. If it wasn't for our strong arms smashing those rocks to open up the mountain pass, nobody would be able to get here. And what about us? It was us who crossed the streams. Us who led the way for you. And us who guard the lake day in and day out. We're the ones who make sure parasites don't dirty the water. So we're the ones who should own the Heart Lake. Why must you fight among yourselves again? There's enough water here for all to drink. And enough forest for all to build homes. Yar! Right? My word. These fruits and crops, how are they growing out of nothing? Is this one of your miracles? We should make you our leader. From now on, we wish to hear your will, to follow your teachings. It was all of you together who awakened me. This is a really good shot, by the way. Look at that. I just now realized, like, yeah, it's the reflection of the mountain here in the lake. Like, it's beautiful. It was all of you together who awakened me. I have seen all the hardships you endured as you came here from every corner of the land. Your instincts tell you to slay one another, and your instincts tell you to aid one another. But what can be achieved through strife can also be achieved through sharing and communication. It is already so difficult to survive upon this land. Must you add harming each other to the mix? From here on, you need not regard each other as enemies. Enjoy what this land has to offer as equals. It was the beginning of it all. She appeared amidst the people, worked her miracles, resolved their disputes. The three clans began to live together. From then on, this land had a name. Yo, what's up, Ben? Welcome in. Hi, hi. And thank you, thank you. Hope you guys aren't melting as well. Luckily, not melting because it's clear. We're clearly in a land of snow and ice, Ben. You gotta think cool thoughts. Think Yerg thoughts. Your Majesty, this book recording the history of Yerg is complete. Pray look over it the once. We do not dare forget a single line of your teachings. We shall abide by your every commandment. No. No need. You must remember my words, and the road you have followed here. But most importantly, remember the first kindness you felt in your hearts. You must reflect upon yourselves, see clear your own hearts, and make them clean. So long as you hold goodness within your hearts, you shall not walk down false paths. I have nothing more to teach you. The road ahead is yours alone to walk. I believe it is time for me to rest. Her Majesty has left. She told us to live as we have, but if there is nobody to command the three great clans, how can we have faith in others? No. We must hurry back to our lands and warn our people. We must beware invasion from the other clans. Yergander left, and as she did, she returned authority to her people. The wheel of history turned back to the beginning. It seemed that the peaceful days of the past were but a fleeting dream. Humanity returned to where it started. That's kind of messed up. I don't know if I agree with that way of thinking from the game. I get it. It's not inherently wrong, and I can see it happening. But if I were the minister there, if I were the royal minister, I would have had faith in my fellow man. Is all I'm saying. Because the general idea is you have the three clans, then a fourth party who is also like a god figure comes in and unites them together, and they start working together, and they have a happy life, and they do that for possibly generations, right? And then the god figure is like, okay, you guys all love each other. I'm out. I gotta go to sleep for 1,000 years or whatever. And then immediately the dude's like, fuck, I'm gonna get invaded. Fuck. I gotta go tell the others. The other two clans actually suck. We've been LARPing the entire time. Fuck. It's like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? You got no faith, dude. What the heck? It's 36 right now. It's gonna reach to 40? Good lord, man. Make sure you stay cool. I don't know if you have air conditioning. If you do, use it. If you don't, windows, ice, drinks, liquid hydrate, and good luck. Keep your thoughts a bit warm as well. Don't think as cold as ice, otherwise who knows what you might do. Might even be willing to sacrifice your love. I thought you were gonna like go with the hypothermia angle where it's like your thoughts are so cold that you're gonna start freezing instead, and that's gonna be bad. But like the song instead. What? Indeed. You are the next Saintess. Please prepare your luggage. My family still needs me. It's sowing season after all. They won't be able to till the soil without me. And if that happens, they'll starve come winter. What about the lady from before? Where did she go after she came back from the mountains? Didn't you say that only she needed to climb? We needed an answer, and need someone to bring that answer back to us. She was unable to fulfill her duty, and so the task falls to another. It is a great duty. The weight of the lives of all the Arab rests upon your shoulders. Please, come with me, Saintess. Rubbish. Complete nonsense. I can't believe you would lie to a little girl like that. I don't know who's saying this line. Is it Odso, or is it Yar, or is it a third person? Don't listen to him. Oh, it's probably Yar. Don't listen to him. Go tell your family that you shouldn't throw your life away like that. I assume it's Yar. It could be Atso, because Atso has qualms about that. Oh, watcher above the clouds, god of Yeragander. I ask that you return to us. I beseech you, respond to my voice. I like this is I like that this is a different sprite, by the way, to show that they're just like going through Sanctuses right now to try to get this to work. Cold, Mama, so cold. What must we do, Yeragander? Seriously, I keep shivering so much. If the bells bother Yeragander, if she gets mad, what do I do? No matter the wrongs we have done, I beg you, do not abandon us. Oh, great Yeragander. Enough. Don't come any further. You'll die. Why? Why all of this for a lie? Yeragander has never... So you saw. You're... Yar. Did you really only just figure it out? Inya, you're more muddled-headed than I thought at times. Oh, what? And then it just gets into it? Kind of crazy, actually. What do you mean? It's just, that's where it cuts off and then you fight her. I think my complaint so far with this, by the way, is I feel like I wish they pushed this back like 2 nodes. I feel like I would love if they like got into the Yar mines like in 8, right? And then 9 was gonna be like all the dream sequences, and like 10 could have been like Yar and Inya talking the entire time, like a back and forth between the two of them. But I assume it's gonna be they fight and then they talk here, and then also they have to do the caster stuff as well. Like I feel like they backloaded this with the good stuff and front loaded it with like kind of decent setting. Because, like, all this stuff has been really good. Like, beyond, what, like 6 or something? Let's see if we can finish it tonight. I have a feeling I feel like this is going to be really dense, though, so. So, this is after you fight and defeat Yereg and Yeragander at, like, as Inya is, like, doing her little prayers, and then you put Lapla on the altar, or W altar, and then you win. The icy wind slowly comes to a stop. An azure lake gleams above the vast, tranquil snowfield. Yereg's winters are cold, and the water freezes over naturally, yet its surface remains a mirror, softly reflecting the blue of the sky. I was talking about that earlier, Ben. I think my plan is that next week we do the nasty event, we do the gameplay of it. And then beyond that, I don't know. I do want to do the reading. I was saying earlier, I do like Columbia. So I'd be interested in it. If you guys have read it so far, let me know what your thoughts are on it. I like A, I like Nasty's design. And B, I like the lizard dude. Like, he seems like a great design. I like that I like the bestial designs. They don't do them a lot, but he's like a perfect one IMO. So I'd like to. I don't know if we will like immediately or not, but at some point I would like to. But I think next week is pure gameplay because I'm itching for gameplay, TBH. A figure appears at the center of the lake. Yar. Yar, is that you? Inya. Yar. What should I call you? Yar? Yeragander. Oh, you. Surely you haven't forgotten. Yeragander is what the people of the past named me. But Yar? Yar shall always be the head maid to the Lady Inya. Inya thought of many things she wanted to say during her long journey here. These thoughts sway through her mind alongside all the questions she wants to ask, like a cup filled to the brim. From time to time, it would make some noise, but now that she looks inside after her eternity of waning, she finds it dry. Long dry. What should she say? What could she say? The friend she was searching for stands before her, her warm hands caressing her cheeks and the tip of her nose, like she always did. Well, I can't say it's entirely unexpected. I am pleasantly surprised you managed to find this place in the end. I was really worried about you, Yar. I didn't know where you went, and the people were terrified after the catastrophe struck. I had no choice but to go on the pilgrimage as the Saintess. I went by many places, before ultimately discovering these ruins atop Mount Carlin. Did you say you went on the pilgrimage? In this season? You idiot. Well, forgive me. As a maid, I should not speak to the Saintess in such a manner. Inya, I'm just glad you're alright. Her friend's voice is still as dear as it ever was. Yar, those visions I saw just now, were they the Yerrick of the past? They were. Those were my memories. Memories of when I walked the land alongside the people countless years ago. The tale of how the Yerrick of then became the Yerrick of today. You are here in the forbidden land of Yerrigander's body. And so, through her eyes, you may witness history 1,000 years past. I'm in Yerrigander's body? How should I explain it? You started in my arm and crawled your way into my chest. This lake, is it an illusion? Is this the Heart of Carlin? The Heart of Carlin is actually the name of this lake. What you see is how it was 1,000 years ago. At the time, in the depths of the mountains, there was a lake that remained unfrozen year-round. Desperate wanderers discovered this precious source of water, and here they took root and multiplied. In time, they came to see it as a heart. The heart pulsed, and Carlin's flesh began to grow. And so the people built an altar here, so that they may honor the miracle that Yerrigander blessed them with. I saw the statue in the ruins. It was huge, exquisite. Completely unlike the statue by Lake Sobernerhez that we referenced ancient texts for. Was it something only people who have seen the real you could have made? What are you, Yar? Now that's a question and a half. What a headache. A very, very, very long time ago, I only knew that my body was massive, no different from the mountains and rivers themselves. The land once teemed with my kin. Before that darkness descended, they already had names assigned to them by beings of the past. Faranmonts, children of the planet, lords of the land. In comparison, I am not that much older than your most ancient civilizations. If you were to ask me, I prefer to see myself as a form of life. Really, I much prefer the name Yerrigander. Unfortunately, I am not what the people crave. I am not a god who has power over all. But they still treat you as one. They believe in the commandments you have given and ascribe everything to you, good and bad. And those saintesses, that was not my intention. I once went to sleep for a time, but apparently my departure terrified the people. As they tried to search for me, to rouse me, they became lost. I sealed this place away in the hope that the people would forget this terrible mistake of the long past. I know that. Of course I do. You're not some evil, sinister spirit who would smile in the face of innocent girls, freezing to death. Inya raises her hands, holding onto the warm hands, cupping her cheeks. I am not the god the people need, nor have I ever given any commandments. I am nothing but another one of the lives born upon this land, born without rhyme or reason. How could I possibly have any wise words of survival to pass on? But when I took the form of man and walked among you, I discovered to my surprise that though your people are frail, you possess an innate, near instinctual power. One that allows you to help one another, to overcome all difficulties and survive upon this dangerous land. In your language, this power is known as virtue. So, that's how it all came to be. It was not I who taught you, but rather, it was you who taught me the meaning of life. As for the name of Yeragander, and the form that represents her, those are creations of man. But I do not believe them to be lies. The name of Yeragander is how the power you wield manifests itself. Nothing more. I think this is the Yeragander you seek. And so she said, my path is, in the end, your path. People tried to confirm her appearance, but ultimately, they were only attempting to see clearly who they themselves were. But the paths people walk are, for the most part, not level roads. Most of the time they are like confused burden beasts, circling around the same place over and over. The people of Yereg once brought you back among us, and so our faith was steadied. Yar, will you come back? Inya, I think I can't stay by your side this time around. But you promised me. You told me that you wouldn't just leave all of a sudden. That she wouldn't simply spirit you away. Inya. Listen to me, Inya. I'm afraid that I have to break my promise this time. But I never meant to lie to you. Never. You are my friend. Out of countless years and countless people. My one and only friend. I wanted to accompany you forever. Until the end of our days. Your days, apparently. I even thought I would be the one left behind to endure our separation. But what happened? What could possibly have happened to force you to leave? There is no such thing as an eternal union. Parting is simply a matter of time. And my time has come. That is all. I just didn't want the day to come so quickly. Things happened at their most suited hour. You are unlike the other children who call out my name. You are not some helpless girl waiting for my answer as you are pushed about. I started out the same as them. But now, you walk the path of your own choosing. You were able to find the solution in your own heart. You have braved great trials I know nothing of, experiencing great danger I could not help you with. And now, you stand before me. You are my Enya. My sweet, sweet Enya. You are the little burden beast who managed to jump the fence. You have a heart that resists all discipline and a bright, witty mind. You are the first saintess to come pray with resentment and bitterness in her heart. The snows of Carlin are tall and far, as pure white as stacked clouds. The wind blows from deep ravines, gently sweeping by the great land of Yerag. Snowflakes fall from the wind's embrace and melt with spring. They travel through Carlin's streams into the lake, then seep into the depths of the earth. From there, the sun's rays... Wait, was that... Oh, no, they were just describing stuff. Wait, I thought that was her typing. Wait, shoot, my bad. From there, the sun's rays lift the water, the mists returning to the horizon. They pile up into clouds before turning into the next round of snow. Their hands refuse to let go of each other. The warmth as they lean upon one another lights a spark in their bodies. Go, Enya. But where? Go drive away the last of the darkness and usher in a new tomorrow. Is that Pram Altar's coat, by the way? Is that how she's gonna get the altar form? I've been looking for it. I don't know where it's coming from at this point, but I imagine... Okay, that's not it either. Does she just get at the very end like Saintess, we've made a new outfit for you? There's an A-holy event, so I feel like you might like it. I do in fact like jerk characters, Ben. That is a good astute observation from you. And VLR partially mentioned. 1/3 of VLR in Arknights? The illusion disappears, like waking from a dream. The cave is still as gloomy as it was earlier. The Saintess of Yereg turns to the massive statue. Drive away the last of the darkness. Usher in a new tomorrow. Broken clumps of snow spiral around her before being dispersed by the wind. Oh, wait, is this gonna be it? A single snowflake remains in the palm of her hand. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like the snow just like Magical Girl transforms. A single snowflake remains in the palm of her hand. A perfect, flawless hexagon. It does not melt, nor flit through the air. It simply waits quietly like a guardian, unmoving for eons. Not even asking my opinion before giving this to me. You know I don't like taking the spotlight. You're just so willful. Oh, is it her outfit, actually? Ah! Thank goodness. You're finally awake. Did I pass out? You did. Both of you did when Enya touched the statue, but you've been out for about 5 minutes. I didn't think it would be that short of a time. Did you see it? I did. I had a terrible nightmare. I was chasing down some game when my illness suddenly got a lot worse. My entire arm turned to stone. But then I saw someone who looked a lot like Yeragander, and she cured me in my dream. Then she comforted me, telling me the stone disease isn't Yeragander's punishment and that I'm not a bad girl. Saintess, could she have been Yeragander herself? We found her, right? We did. That must have been Yeragander you saw. What are you two talking about? How come I'm the only one who didn't see anything? Don't worry about it. She simply gave each of us the answer we needed. And yet, Maybe I need to revise my hypothesis and calculations. If it wasn't a special vein of ore that protected Yerrick from catastrophe for a millennium, and to add to that all we've seen in this cave, though I still can't bring myself to believe in things like Franmonths, which are completely incompatible with our scientific system, but having eliminated everything false, then the only possibility left must be the truth, no matter how absurd it may be. A regular old Sherlock Holmes she is. Inya, could you tell me? The Arrogender you saw, what was... The Saintess stretches out her hand, softly stroking the perplexed woman's head, treating her like any other devotee who has come to her for confession. I can't explain what the Yergander in our hearts is in scientific terms, but as a scientist, how could you possibly fear the unknown? Mic drop. I would never. Yergander might not be something completely incompatible with science. Perhaps you've discovered a little corner of a field that science has yet to set foot on. Oh, shoot! What is it? When we were climbing the mountain, the catastrophe warning went up another level. Basically, within the next 3 hours, there's a 72% chance Yerra will be hit by a second catastrophe. Inya, we need to go and tell everyone to evacuate right away. We won't make it in time. I still have one last thing I must do. Oh, is this when she's gonna do it? Yeah, wait, is the important thing that she's gonna change and stop the catastrophe somehow? She's gonna go full Moses? Wait, where are you going? Yeah, did she get the outfit from Yar and now she's gonna change and she's gonna go, like, split the catastrophe asunder? Elena and Joanna follow along behind Inya, the three of them running through the passage they came through. At the entrance of the cave, they see a familiar figure once again. They're unsure why, but in the short time they were away, the old man seems to have aged 10 years. I saw her, and her footprints in the snow. I was an unforgivable, faithless man all along. The elder of the Vinebead Court falls to the ground, as if all the strength has been sapped from him. I once endured the tangling of love and pain alongside a friend as we waited for daybreak to wash over the mountains. The road we walked was far longer than the road leading up Carlin. You... The Saintess's fingers trace out a shallow arc across the old man's forehead, from left to right. Fingertip streaks across his graying brow, anointing him with unmelted snow, like how the most pious of Yerra clerics would dispel spirits and make prayers for newborn babies. I still remember her, the girl who would ask me to teach her, even when it came to darning clothes. How the living should be saved, how order should operate. You did not know, but she was also learning from you. She watches all you do. She wishes to walk with you, whether you walk down the right path or the wrong. She never meant to deny you. Her Saintess has heard your confession, and in her name, absolves you of your sin of disbelief. A Yergander, you walk with her. Unstoppable tears flow from his aged eyes. They seep into the earth, like fallen snow. No! I was enjoying that, dang it. I must admit, I once looked down upon you and upon Yerag. This battleship behind you is the result of over a decade of painstaking nation building. Although I'm not entirely sure why you changed your mind on keeping your secret weapon here concealed. But no matter. If one were to survey the entirety of Terra, how many people who could do all this would one find? You have earned my praise, Silver Ash. I thank your grace for your approval, but as I see it, what is more regretful is that if Victoria were still the mighty empire it once was, you would not pay much heed to the profit you could extract from a measly speck such as Yerag. Who would have thought the prediction that arrogant youth gave during that one banquet would become so dangerously accurate? In the end, there are none who can save Victoria from its misfortunate decline. Though it's not hard to see where history's river is taking you. To change its course requires the hand of fate on your side. There is pride to be had in your foresight. I have never been scornful of your talent. In all truth, I've had my fair share of wondering how things would be now, that had I kept you in Victoria back then. Would you be a general with the name of Castor, or perhaps a famed marquis? A future where I would not have curtailed whatever achievements you acquired. Regardless of the details, it would have been much better than the situation we find ourselves in now. If this is what your grace truly believes, then I hope there is still the opportunity to accept such an invitation. Don't make that sort of joke, or I might just start expecting it. I presume you have exhausted all the words of rancor in your heart to curse my dastardly cunning. I never had any in the first place. If you lose the wager, you must pay. This is the most basic of preparations any player of this game would have made. Besides, you are simply here to retrieve the profits you are owed for the many years of trade between Victoria and Yerag. But no matter. I must thank you for coming here in person today to sign this agreement with me. You'll be giving Yerag a priceless opportunity. A priceless opportunity. Let us return to the topic at hand. You being here must mean you agree to all contents of the pact. All contents? I'm afraid not. I must assent with the agreement's particulars. Oh, you still wish to bargain, even at this hour? Alright then, let's hear it. Which clauses do you disagree with? I know you intend for Castor and Yerag to start a joint mining program, so that you may partake in 40% of the extraction of Yerag's minerals, including originium and Oreron. By my reckoning, this number could be increased to 80%. Oh. Yerag has ample mineral wealth, enough for the development of both our nations. Victoria will offer mining equipment and specialist training to Yerag as a means of aid, and we're more than happy to welcome in the workers and technology consultants you send. However, we will from now on not allow a single Victorian soldier to pass our borders. Ah, yes. The one clause regarding the distribution of mineral extraction profits between Victoria and Yerag as dictated by equal negotiation. I have my issues with that as well. Yerag shall have complete and absolute sovereignty over all resources within our borders. Victoria has no right to interfere. In regards to Victorian aid, we give our thanks. Victoria shall enjoy preferential prices for all commodities Yerag sells her. Naturally, the aid you have offered shall be repaid in equivalent value. So, Victoria must import a sufficient amount of goods from Yerag on an annual basis, the amount of which shall also be decided by Yerag. Don't be like this, Inciodes. Such unreasonable demands. It'll behoove one conceding defeat. Conceding defeat? I don't recall ever uttering such words during my time aboard the Gloriana. Why exactly do you think I would agree to your revisions? You've lost your mind. I have faith that you will agree. What in the... This is the bargaining chip I brought with me today. I'm terribly sorry. We are of the belief that using military force to dictate a bilateral agreement is hardly reasonable. But, this may be the only form of negotiation you are willing to accept. What was that? Who's firing at us? Yo, what's up, Alan? Welcome in. What's this for parts? Welcome in. Hi, hi. Spare parts are just in time for the battle. It's that damn battleship. Damn it. There's only the one. How can it have that much firepower? Because, oh my god, pull it up, pull the chart, pull the chart. They did it, they did it. They May Island. How do I get rid of this? Hold on. There we go. No, that's not it. It looked like the cannon fire came from the mountains. Oh, wait, never mind. This is actually a lot cooler. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Do they set up, like, orbital bombardment, basically? Oh my god. Oh. Did they hollow out a mountain and turn a mountain into a giant, basically a fortress? With which they can, like, do bombardment? That's war right there. That's kind of messed up, actually. That's why when they went to go search the mountain, they found nothing. Because the entire mountain was the project, I guess, if that's the case. It looked like the cannon fire came from the mountains. Oh my god, that's so adorable! Also, that's so sick! It's giving like Gustav Dora vibes, the giant railway guns from World War II. Keep them coming! Keep those hands moving! Don't give the Victorians a chance to breathe! Relationship goals right here. Like getting married, having children, and then watching your wife just shoot off cannons at your enemy. You there, big guy! Can't you load these shells any faster? On it, ma'am! You shouldn't be moving about so much, Russ. You need to mind your health. Shut it! Inciode stashed some lovely little things up here in the mountains, and I finally have a golden opportunity to play with these new toys. Yeah, no, this is real. This is so real. On my order, aim at Castor's flagship, then fire! The Londonian, you're right, it is the same. I'll let them get a taste of Yarragender's protection. Oh my god, that's great. It is Courier, okay. I had a feeling it would show up. Madam Cirrus, the mission Sir Incius entrusted us with was intimidating Castor's fleet. Please keep in mind that he is still aboard the Gloriana. If you do not follow the plan, I shall be forced to stop you. I know. Can't even take a joke. These are the secrets my sister Nenciotes had been keeping quiet about this whole time. You really are something, Weiss. The Victorians were scouring the mountains for Inciod's arsenal, but they never would have expected that it was right in front of their eyes. In our logistics vehicles. Oh, okay. Can't believe she'd hide this even from me. Granitos, the next time I see you, I'm going to... That was the most crucial mission Sir Incios gave me. These weapons, their scale, their very existence is Yarrig's greatest secret. Even now. We still need to keep quiet about them. Our biggest trump card is that the Victorians have no idea how much military power we have. We need to keep Castor's judgment off balance. Nobody can really say what would happen if her fleet really did take one step forward, after all. I'm well aware of the situation right now. You don't need to explain it to me bit by bit. Freditos, this time, make sure you take care of yourself. Your Grace, we still have no way of confirming the artillery's whereabouts. We have informed all ships to enter defense mode. No need for your report. All you need to know is that, at this very moment, there are enough large-scale cannons at Mount Carlin to shred the entirety of your fleet. All your ships are within range. You think 2 shells is enough for me to believe you have the power to annihilate my fleet? D5 East, 200 meters. The moment Inciod speaks, a precision shell lands by the eastern flank of the Gloriana. The blast wave lifts up the hymns of the Paris Close. It's so big. It seems there is no need for further proof. Surely this weaponry is not the product of your own research. Hold on. That was her saying it. Surely this weaponry is not the product of your own research. Which of them has been helping you? Gododin? Normandy? Is there really such an important question right now? You may cut off Yarrig's connections to our allies, but we have our ways of finding new ones. Such painstaking effort just for your opening. Merely tactics we were forced to use. With such limited time, Yarrig's military development had no choice but to pursue another specialization. Even if we were given another 10 years, I fear Yarrig would still be unable to muster up a fleet that could stand against yours. But it seems your formidable vessels have made you forget that the battlefield is not only a clash between new warships. Yarrig only means to defend ourselves. We have no intention of robbing other nations of their coin. So, compared to high-speed battleships, we went for a more suitable option. Our mountains form a natural barrier. When lined with artillery, they serve as a natural shield. An aegis you have no hope of breaking. But when all is said and done, if you had not prematurely treated these negotiations as a surrender, you would not have fallen into such passivity. Then, you are determined to open hostilities with me today. Hardly. Just as how your fleet did not come here with intent to wage war with Yarrig, my goal today is simply to facilitate a discussion. I too have prepared an agreement for you. It contains various clauses on things such as tariffs between Victoria and Yarrig, and our joint mining projects. You may look it over now. Once you have signed it, Yarrig will be happy to escort you back safely to Victoria. You think you can threaten me like this, child? Too radical a stance at the negotiating table will only serve to betray your lack of confidence. If I call your bluff and order my ships forward, then things will get ugly. It would be an incredible shame. I had considered this possibility before I came to these talks. It's just that, if people far in the future were to discuss how the Duke of Castor and some insignificant nobody died fighting each other in the snow, why, that would certainly bring shame to the Castor name. Perhaps even all Victoria. But in Yarrig, if I am gone, there are countless others who will do what I would have done. They will continue developing Yarrig until she has become a nation none can sneer at. I know that accepting such an unfair agreement must also be a difficult choice for you. I can give you half an hour, but know this. For every minute you hesitate, all the energy prices mentioned in the agreement will increase just a little. A condition Victoria cannot refuse. This is the price you must pay for trampling across our land. There's just so much blood. Attention, pressure! She needs emergency treatment. You got any more bandages here? I'll go find some. Attention, pressure. How did you get so hurt? She held off 17 trophy ashers by herself. She's something, alright. The enemy's retreated for now, so my team will take over guarding this place from her. But there's still so many Victorian soldiers out there. What will you... I'll keep going until my mission is complete. More people are going to get hurt. Is something going on outside again? Let me reconfirm. Orders are to carry out a frontal assault on the Vinebeak Court. Assault the Vinebeak Court and rescue the abducted Victorian citizen. And capture Ratatos, who might be carrying key military secrets of Yerag. Acknowledged. All hands, load live ammunition. We storm the court. You. Before you is a holy ground. None may enter as they please. Please, leave. If you don't wish to be harmed, then let us through. That is an order. Are you refusing? You have obeyed your orders in coming here. So too do we obey Yurianu's commands, as we do the same. Let us follow our hearts, and do what we must do. Oh, she just has it on now. Okay, sure. Inya has changed into her most solemn of clothes, treading once more onto the road that tested the Saintess. Okay, she just had that in her out. That's the thing. Okay, it's just, for both of them. It's just like they just had those clothes. They just didn't want to wear them normally. Okay, sure, whatever. I was hoping like at least Inya's were like special. Like, yeah, Incio's is rich. He can just buy clothes, sure. But I thought these were gonna be like special Saintess clothes, which they are. But I thought she was gonna get them specially. You know what I mean? Has someone done that? You? Like, how many can she take down? I don't know what RA map you're talking about, but I assume there's like a lot of Ashers, and I think she can do pretty well. Maybe, actually, I don't know. She would probably need support to really do well, because I actually don't know if she can like take them out by herself, unless she's proccing a lot of fear. Also, wait, no, the bigger issue is, don't Trophy Ashers like jump between people? Aren't they one of those jerks that can like just skirt past a guard? Because if that's the case, then that's cheating on their part. My special fighting pilot's clothes. Look, I haven't got my altar form yet. Like, I have it, but like, you'll see when it's ready. I don't look where my character arc isn't complete yet. All right, once my character arc is complete, then I get a new outfit. Inya has changed in her most solemn of clothes, treading once more onto the road that tested the Saintess. She thinks of the countless Saintesses of a millennia ago who walked this rocky path. Her every step echoes with theirs across the ages. What wishes did they carry with them when they met with the Yergander of their hearts? Did any of them question the existence of their god? And did any of them receive her favor? As for her, how did she climb this mountain the first time around? It was such a long time ago. The emotions she felt had become hazy. Her memories of the time had begun to deform. And you never thought this road could be so smooth, so friendly. As if she were taking a relaxing walk home, or preparing to go meet a dear friend whom she had not seen in a long while. Almost there. The gray-yellow sky is covered in thick clouds, streaked with faint lightning. The chill winds have picked up. She finally reaches the summit. Inya kneels, shuts her eyes, and begins to pray. music. If you can still hear my voice, if you are still the merciful Yeragander who loves all men who live here, my beloved Yeragander, this is the last time I ask that you hear my prayer. I have asked countless times what made Yerag, what made us the way we are. Your existence might not be the answer to this question, but it is still a small miracle, one to rejoice in. I want to believe that the things you left upon this land are blessings, not shackles. Throughout the centuries, you have accompanied our civilization as it grew, as a loving and wise teacher. And centuries from now, the people of this land will have the power to move mountains and touch the sky, yet they shall still praise your name. We will remember your kindness. We will thank you for your companionship. We will leave the cradle of your protection. I ask that you allow me to be your Vicar, so that I may protect Yerag one last time. This is my final prayer. Light shines from her palm. A gentle force calms the raging wind, stilling even the flow of time itself across this ancient land. The catastrophe clouds begin to scatter. The dread disaster about to strike the land has been subdued by some awesome might. The clouds part, showering the devout woman in a kindly radiance. The wind stops. Oh, this is good, actually. Catastrophe alert! Wait, that's just me. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, that's some good timing. We just installed this warning device and it's already coming in handy. We need to inform the government to evacuate people right away. Oh no, the danger level! The alert stopped all of a sudden. But how? This steep drop in originium energy fluctuations. Are the monitors broken, or... Yeragander. The old man hobbles along the rugged trail, walking toward the depths of the mountains. It is where he has consigned himself to. He stops by the side of a cliff. Why do you wish to jump? All my life, I have lived a lie. I should have been her servant, but I deceived her. Deceived myself. It was my arrogance, my impiety that led me down this undignified and evil road. I cannot forgive myself. All I can do is end this sinful life. But if this is how you go, all the snows can do is bury your body. They cannot cover up your mistakes. No confession comes too late. You need only repent in your heart. You will be reborn. You know, I can't quite recall. Yeragander, is that what she said? As Yerig's most knowledgeable elder, there is still much you can do, right? You. The sky suddenly clears, the fierce sunlight dazzling the old man's eyes. He sees the rays of light tearing through the clouds. His chest, too, seems to burn. Is this a miracle? Just this once, Inya. From now on, everything really is in your hands. Sorry. When the time is right, I'll come see you. This is your final warning. The operation is not targeted at Yerrick civilians. Please leave immediately. If you refuse to cooperate, we cannot guarantee your safety. The officer raises his blade. Oh, that's a guy. Raises his blade as he gives the civilians a stern warning, but none of them budge. Soon, more and more people begin to gather. Clerics, craftsmen, herdsmen, merchants. They stand across from the soldiers by their own accord, forming a silent wall. One person squeezes out from the crowd. She raises her hands, walking between the two groups. Several operators dressed in Rhodes Island uniforms follow behind her. I'm the hostage you said you were going to rescue. The people of Yerrick never abducted me. In fact, it was Victorian agents who trapped me in there, trying to destroy the evidence I have of Victorian operations in Yerrick. They even harmed the people trying to protect me. All the evidence, that evidence you want so badly, is hidden somewhere you cannot touch. If you make any further moves, it will be immediately released to the public. If you still want to silence me, then do as you will. But these crimes you have committed on sovereign Yerrick land, under the banner of nobility, you will not be able to cover them up. We're not any sort of superior civilization. We're just better at cheating and swindling. Just stop it already. This farce. You... The gloomy sky suddenly clears. As one, everyone lifts their heads. The clouds covering the heavens disperse, replaced by a rainbow spanning the horizon. And so, all cruelty and fear are wiped from the hearts of men. The sunlight dazzles the eye, as if it were advice, or perhaps deterrent. The soldiers cannot help but lay down their arms. Time is short. I'm afraid that things will not turn for the better if you delay. What is your Grace's decision? I'm suddenly reminded of something you once said. I could never imagine what sort of power a united nation might possess. Is today the day I get to experience it for myself? What you see is but one minute aspect of it. If you ever have the chance to deepen your understanding of her, I believe you will be very much pleasantly surprised. In truth, this is a topic I only fully understood long after I left Victoria. Perhaps it can also answer the question you posed me. Why once great empires become feeble, and how poor lands can stand tall. A nation's government, its institutions, whether its leader is the Lord of Lions or Parliament, whether saintesses or the clans. These are important things to consider, yes, but the crux shall forever be the people. Just as a great navigator cannot hope to lead a whole, packed flotilla forward, no leader can change the fate of a nation using solely their own strength. You say that, yet your words do not agree with your actions. Were you not prepared to change the destiny of all Yerrick with your own two hands? I believe in the people who live upon the land, the people of faith. I know you have devised all sorts of means to confirm if the mysterious power of the famed Yerrigander truly does protect Yerrick. What you see, what blocks your way is indeed Yerrigander's might. You are the same as you ever were. Still so full of mettle, so eager to display yourself. Impressive. This little gamble of yours has managed to get the better of me. But this time, I will not let you off easily the way I do with mediocre men. And so... What is that? Cool! The people on the deck look to the distance. They see the thick clouds layered across the sky be torn open by some divine power. They see the ancient Mount Carlin bathed in radiance. It is a beautiful sight, enough to stir the hearts of people and inspire reverence. Is it her wrath or her mercy? The word holy might never have come to minds of the irreligious, but at this moment, the same thought blooms in the hearts of all. This is a pure land, one that must not be violated. Your Grace, our intelligence indicates that this Yergander has already vanished from Yerag. But we cannot confirm what is causing the phenomenon in the sky. What should we do, Your Grace? I had wanted to see this gamble through. But, unfortunately, they've added one last weight to the balance, and we cannot stop the scales of victory from pointing their way. What more can we even do? Sound the retreat. Oh, she gets the last word there? You. Kept him from jumping long enough to have a heart attack. Someone wrote his name in the death note, you. Alright. And so, with that, all the stories have come to a culmination, they've come to an end. Let's finish this. That's a by the way, this was really beautiful. I like that. Again, I kind of wish a lot of really good stuff happens. It feels like a lot of Arknights events get backloaded a lot. That I could like probably just jump to halfway through and like go through it and understand the gist of everything with only like small bits and pieces here and there that were probably like explained like here. Because like I would love if this got split up a little bit more and just because you have like 3 to 4 different plot beats going on. But like damn if it doesn't like if it doesn't hit when everything finally comes together and your character arcs and your story arc kind of finally like come to a head. It is good. It is good. And with that, last one. The Sages. The clerics who followed the sinner, Odso, in betraying the Vine Bee Court have all pled guilty. They're currently being kept in another one of our states, awaiting your judgment. How do you intend to punish them, great Sanctus? The Great Hall is deserted. The seats lie bare, even though they are full most days. Only a single young cleric sits before her, awaiting her word with bowed head. I have heard of what happened during the unrest. They were led astray by Odso and did much wrong. But I believe their hearts were always focused on defending Yerag. Them stepping forward to confront the intruders is atonement enough. There is no moral nor logical reason to sentence them to heavy punishment. Have them go about the lands of the 3 clans. It is their duty to help the people complete this winter's farm work. They are also to examine themselves and ask how the scriptures they recite every day can be put into practice. Once spring comes, they may return to the court. Yes, Your Holiness. Is there anything else? Great Sanctus, if I may be so bold as to ask for your guidance. During your pilgrimage, did you hear Yergander's will? Why do you ask? Have you forgotten that we should not demand she show herself? The cleric lowers his head even further, hesitantly speaking further. The people believe that when the Victorians invaded, she worked another miracle and scared them into retreating. I don't know why, but I feel like it was more of a wave goodbye. I think maybe around the time that catastrophe happened, Yeragander had already left us. If you wish to punish me for my impiety, Saintus, I will also... Matthew. You are Matthew, correct? Can you tell me why you decided to join the court? When I was younger, my parents had 5 children to feed, and our fields were not up to the task. They decided to send me, the youngest, to the court. They would save on having to feed one more mouth, and I would be fed by the court as well. I studied hard, of course. I have been carefully reciting the Yeragander these past few years, studying all her teachings. But I've seen Yereg change a lot since then. There are too many things I have not heard of. Things that not even the Yeragander can explain. I had thought that, as long as we had enough to eat and a roof over our heads to keep out the wind and snow, we would live out our days in happiness. But why is it now, when we have those things, that we become even more lost? Saintus, could it be that the people of Yerek have strayed too far from the road she has shown us? Which led Yeragander to leave us. When has Yeragander ever shown her people one specific road to follow? When the first people came to these mountains, using their picks to split the frozen ground, and their axes to hew trees for homes, they could never have imagined that today, the people of this land have fixed their gazes beyond the stars. But equally, Yeragander has never promised us a land of purity, eternally free from disaster. We will face ever greater dangers, seeking our way through all kinds of trials. Until one day, we arrive before her, and we ask her our questions about ourselves. But Your Holiness, Yeragander is our greatest sage, our teacher, our leader. Does she truly have no commands for her people? It is not a command per se. But consider for a moment, the most important wisdom Yeragander gave us has already been written in our scripture long ago, has it not? Remember the path you walked, and let not yourself forget. Fear the blizzard that is yet to come, and let not yourself be arrogant. Let your bows and arrows, pickaxes and hoes tight, and let not yourself be careless. Love your brothers and sisters. Love your neighbors and friends. And love the rocks and hills, the grass and trees, as you would love your own siblings. Heed these words, and no calamity shall prevail over you, and your home and hearth shall be safe forevermore. Still busy, Elena? Director Silence? I heard you're still handling the observation data from before. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I'm recalculating my models using the data I got on Mount Carlin. If all goes well, we should be able to get the precise location of where that extraterrestrial object fell on Yereg. It beats running across the mountains looking for it. This is a major discovery, and it's all thanks to your courage and determination. You've done well, Elena. You don't need to praise me for doing my job, Director. It's kind of embarrassing. Oh, right. Heard anything new about Carolyn? We still haven't managed to find her, but our investigation over the last few days found a lot of definitive proof that she was in Yereg as a spy. I'm sorry, but we have to admit, those accusations against her were true. I remember the time I worked with her. Her face whenever she talked about the sky. I don't think you can fake that sort of passion. I don't understand why she would... Ideals and futures are beautiful words, weightless and romantic, without form or substance. But the people who are the vectors of those concepts, they're still weighed down by the gravity of reality. I hope that one day, you'll have the chance to ask her yourself. Almost forgot. I read your report. Coronation academics could never get past the theoretical stage when discussing Franmonths, since they never found any real proof of them. Most people write those creatures off as mystical mumbo-jumbo. But now, you managed to find actual Franmonth biosignatures in Yerhag. These incredible rare observation data might even lead to a massive breakthrough. It'll be a significant step forward for you to be the one to publish this discovery. Thanks, Director. But I don't really have plans to publish it at the moment. Huh? Is there something else you're worried about? Forget it. Leaving aside the fact that this was only a complete coincidence and I only stumbled across this stuff with the help of two friends, I haven't discovered anything amazing at all. Besides, our current understanding of Franmonths can barely even be considered superficial. I can't imagine publishing this would bring about anything except even more of a headache for Yerg. If a thirst for knowledge is a scientist's greatest friend, then a thirst for quick results is their greatest enemy. Eagerness for success, eagerness for leaving behind your name in the books, even eagerness for an answer, something to prove you're on the right track. But I won't rush things this time. I'm not in a hurry to prove myself to anyone. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. The people of the past made lots of mistakes as they explored Terra. Why do I need to try and be a wise woman who hasn't made any? I've still got plenty of time. Before I head off, I need to recognize that I don't know a thing about Terra. An impressive outlook. I respect your choice. Shucks, I'm not impressive at all. Honestly, I just want more time to make sure this survey is the best it can be. This way, I won't make a fool of myself publishing a half-baked paper. Oh! The calculations are done. Got it. We'll find it at... Dun dun dun. Is he still not back yet? I thought you still had some recuperating to do before you could get out of bed. No need to worry about me. You don't know a thing about the warrior's medal. It seems he has had his way in the end. The two of them look around. The vast office feels more spacious than ever, much of its former decor having just been moved out. Their conversation echoes slightly in the empty space. Hardly the first time. I was curious to see how he planned to clean up this mess he left behind. But it seems the plan was just to dump it all on you. It sounds like you have complaints about him as well. Would you believe me if I said I am fighting on your behalf? I never actually expected him to return. It's the same story every time. He always has his ways of getting everyone to do what he wants, whether they're his enemies or friends and family. Never caring about what others think, always making his own schemes, giving tasks nobody wants to do to the people around him, then shouldering the hardest part himself. You're the last one that's still putting in a good word for him. In moments like these, I can only understand Inya and Inzia's urge to slam his head against the ground. Alright, enough grumbling now. Moving on then. There's only one set of shoulders the heavy responsibility of handling Carlin trade can fall on now. Do your best, Chairman Edelweiss. I wish you the very best in your new position. I thank you for your kindness. But I'm currently considering creating a special position for the Black Knight. Director of Public Relations, perhaps. Or maybe a brand ambassador. Things like that. Just know that it won't be light work. Alright. Defeat me and I'll take the job. Right here, right now. I forfeit. Nothing you can do about it, then. Take care now, Chairman Gnosis. Wait, Degenbrecher. Are you going to leave? Hmm? I know not everything happening right now is as he promised. Making Yerrick big enough for the both of us. That's what he said. Well, the stage he set for us is hardly small. What he asks us to do is not as we first intended. So, if you're feeling wary of all of this, time flies. I've been working for him for a while now that I think about it. Enjoying myself? Hardly. Feeling weary? I would not go that far. But there was one thing off about your little speech. The ones standing in this room are not Inseod's subordinates or attendants, and are certainly not cubs that need his care. We were never waiting for him to create something for us, nor were we expecting something in return from him. We each walk our own roads. Roads that just happen to go the same way for a while. So, if there is anything you really can't get done without me, come find me. But there is one thing I will not compromise on. No promotion ceremonies. So, we finally get the chance to meet. Mr. Silverash. Who's the friendly, polite man? Oh! That's not what I was expecting it to be. I saw out of the corner of my eye. Astajine got promoted and then he becomes a bum. And, like, yeah, you get happier when you're, like, yeah. Good lord. I'm truly honored to... That's also really... I like that they put the birds on their shoulders. I'm truly honored to receive you in person. I hope your trip to the Snow Realm has been smooth so far. Smoother than silk. Aside from my secretary banning me from skiing, that one's a mighty shame. First of all, I'd like to thank you. Oh, also thank you, Ben. I didn't see that. Have a good night, Dolly. Thank you for popping in. I hope you enjoyed it. Because I think we're ending like right after this, which is probably going to be ending soon, so I probably won't see you again, so have a good night, Dolly. First of all, I'd like to thank you. Well, Inseods isn't the president, but yeah, Inseods' bird is actually the real Inseods. This is Inseods' monster right here, actually. First of all, I'd like to thank you. When I was talking with our scientists, they all gave rave reviews when it came to Carlin trade, providing them a safe working environment in Yerreg. Whether it's making sure the observation station was supplied during the catastrophe or protecting the scientists during the unrest, Yerreg has shown the responsibility a modern civilization should have. Rhine Lab's preliminary work in Yerreg is going smoothly, and you and your team deserve some recognition. We were merely doing our jobs. I hope this will make you believe just how much our cooperation with Columbia means to us. Yerreg has made our preparations. We will do all we can so that when the next terror-shaking wave strikes, we can seize the opportunity. Future. It's a word that really captivates people. From a certain point of view, Columbia and Yerreg are both young nations. I believe that there are times that youth isn't such a bad thing. Because it's the young who will have the courage and energy to embrace the future one step ahead of the others. Oh, right. On my way to Yerreg, I heard about a little incident that really surprised me. I heard your Yerreg had a little friction with Victoria's Duke of Castor a few days ago. So I wanted to ask, do you think Victoria is a credible threat to Yerreg, to the safety of Rhine Lab. Please believe me when I say that Columbia is willing to and able to work alongside Yerrick to preserve the international order among the core nations. If you're interested. I thank you for your kindness, Mr. Vice President. Victoria is our neighbor, and they've always kept a close watch on Yerrick's development. On this one point, they are the same as Columbia. No, I hope that's not meant to be criticism. Since competition and friction are unavoidable, Yerrick has no intention of complicating such matters. What I hope for more is to be able to have an open and sincere dialogue between us. This ancient land of Yerrick still has many mysteries that urgently need resolving. We must keep in mind that this is the very reason we are seeking cooperation. History and religion, ancient mysteries full of charm. One of the rumors I heard said the Duke called a retreat because she saw Yerrick's protector god, Yerrigander, work a miracle at a pivotal moment. The Duke of Castor is a shrewd politician. A mere miracle would not sway her, I'm afraid. It is simply that she realized if she wanted to achieve her political goals in Yerrick, she would have to pay a much higher price than she anticipated. And this is why she abandoned the idea of making us her foe. A brilliant gambit, I must say. But in the eyes of others, this is also a signal. Within the landscape of the core nations, a new state has risen. And Yerrick stands ready for the next round of competition, which will be crueler than ever. Do you think this is what you intend? Rather than saying this is any one person's desire, I would rather say it is the inevitable outcome. Terror cannot give Yerrick the time we need to develop, and since competition and conflict are unavoidable, showing our neighbors our determination is not necessarily bad. It will let them know that Yerrick will not give up the chase simply because we have lagged behind the moment, nor will we lose heart in defending our interests because of a lack of military power. Through competition, advanced development. Through competition, advanced development. Amidst conflict, seek peace. This is Yerrick's choice. You're sure something, Mr. Silver Ash. Like a seasoned statesman when it comes to all sorts of things. It might be a bit bold, but would you mind one last question? You've resigned your position as chairman of Carlin Trade, and you maintain the legitimacy in the Vineby court in Yerrick. What would you say your role in the country is? A determined, proactive reformer, or a powerful warlord, or maybe the true power behind Yerrick, hidden in the shadows? I'm afraid that is not a question I can answer for you, Mr. Vice President. When people in the distant future discuss this period of history, see if they still remember the Silver Ash name. I hope they will see the name as one of the countless stones forming the foundation of Yerrick's ascent into the coming era. Encia? The manse is deserted. All is arranged as it was, yet shines as if new. Standing here once more brings only the sense of a lifetime having passed by. Master, you've returned. I have. Are my sisters not here? The young mistresses were unaware you'd be returning today. If I had known, I would have asked them to stay. How long has it been since you last had a meal together? No need to trouble yourself. There will always be time later. I think I should take a little break today. It's been a long while since my last. Then, I'm afraid I will have to trouble you with another matter. As it so happens, you have just received a telephone call. Is it a telephone? Or one of those... Wait, who's chat... Wait, No, this is the same character. Okay. Is it a telephone or one of those long-distance information transfer? One of those newfangled Colombian toys? Would you be receiving it now? Connect me. Ah, yes. I thought it might be you. All is well here. Thanks to your aid with the prior matter. It was of the highest importance to Yerag. A victory. I don't believe we should call it that. Our patient setup and long-term build-up are receiving the outcome they deserve. Nothing more. Save your suspense over victory or defeat for the next time we meet across the board. Mr. President. If they What? Oh, this is the thing that crashed. Okay. I was good. This with the cut the black phone call, that's straight up out of Metal Gear Solid. And so that's why I was like, Mr. President. And for a second I thought this was like who he was talking to, but no, this is the Yerg researchers finally finding the thing that crashed into the land, which looks sick as hell. I'm glad we actually get to see this. I'm actually really happy that we get to see this. Surface temperature, 17.8 degrees, stable. Radioactivity index, 97.5, stable. All indices within safe limits. The target is stable. Proceed with sampling. Yeragander. This really is something that fell from outer space. Didn't think we'd get to see it for ourselves. A Yeragander, indeed. Our Yerg's been changing a little too fast, I feel like. Hello? Elena, can you hear me? How you doing in there? Hunky-dory? I don't feel too great, honestly. This new model of power armor, still not too used to it. Everything's gone dark in here. I think I might have hit a power switch or something by accident. Wait, it's you, Director Mealslice. You're blocking the camera. Oopsie, sorry. And look, there's no need to be so nervous. Most of the armor's functions are automated. Just imagine you're wearing a nice, thick hazmat suit. Also, Nasty promised me this model has a 100% reliable emergency eject function. It'll shoot you out to safety the moment it smells trouble. It'll shoot me out? What if I go too high or something? No, this really isn't the time to worry about that. Seriously, relax a little. This is your career's big moment. You know, you should be enjoying it. Alrighty then. All ready? I've gotten this far. Alright, let's do this. Deep within the mountains hides a clearing rarely set foot in by man. The mysterious object that fell from the heavens lies in the center of the clearing. Surrounding it are countless probes and sensors, like some ancient altar. Elena slowly moves the power armor forward. She can sense countless eyes boring holes into her, even through the cockpit. Everyone awaits this historic first contact. The irregular indigo object is right in front of her. Elena takes a few deep breaths, then slowly stretches out her hands. The robotic arms make contact with it. There is no explosion or flash of light or unexpected activity. It is like a normal handshake, as gentle as a snowflake falling to the ground. We got the preliminary analysis of the sample, Chief Urbica. What's it say? The results are really surprising. We have no idea what 70% of its composition is. It's not any sort of material known to man. But it seems its structure has been severely damaged. As for the remaining 30%, we're sure that there's fundamentally no difference between its main component and the somatic cells of Terra's elves. What? Did you say Elves? What? But why would elves come from outer space? It might be completely unimaginable, but based on what we've seen from the sample, this conclusion is clear. If we're sure that this part of it is just like an elf, then wouldn't the damage to its structure mean that it ran into some sort of danger before it fell? What are you doing here? So this is the meteorite you were looking for. Sanctus! What are you doing here? Shh, not too loud. I snuck out of the court. I could hardly miss the chance to see our guest from beyond the sky up close. It seems rather more dangerous than I imagined. Unknown objects always have a certain amount of danger. Its fall onto Yerg was it purely coincidence or some sort of unexpected factor? Or to put it another way, what sort of causal relationship does it have with Yergander's dormancy? Even now, we don't even know where to start with our research. The life of a scientist is bitter work indeed. Oh, what is this screen for? That's a sonographic imager. Based on our observations, this unknown object is constantly sending out a type of infrasonic wave. It's very regular, always repeating across the same frequency band. I'm curious. If it weren't for your explanation, I would have thought it was some kind of writing. Writing? Right? Language! The shape of this frequency closely resembles ancient Yereg symbols that were used to transmit information. It's very simple. With an extremely limited vocabulary, it's mostly carved on rocks or trees to inform your friends of the prey's location, or the movements of a fierce beast, that sort of information. The similarities are striking now that I think about it. Inya, can you read this language? Could you translate it? Only somewhat. If you want to decipher it, I'll have to go to the back of the Hall of Writings and find memories and symbols. I've got it here. Huh? When I snuck into the Vibe court, I scanned all the books they let you borrow the whole way through with my terminal, just in case. Here. I didn't think you would. I'm begging you, Inya. Please. All right. I'll give it a try. Inya takes the terminal from Elena, and with some guidance, she finds the relevant text. She looks at the diagrams in the ancient tome, writing out her translation in the snow with her finger. Destruction has arrived. Cinema. Yes, I also immediately, as soon as they said elf and I saw it was blue, I also thought the same thing. Because I'm not gonna lie, one of the coolest things in the best chapter of Arknights, in the best story that Arknights ever did, everyone knows that chapter 15 is the best thing they've ever done. And also, everyone knows that for some reason, I'm gonna guess it's here. I don't know if it's here or not. We're gonna guess here. For some unknown reason, it's not here. It's probably not here. Oh my god, I'm in the story. That's crazy. I miss the doctor. I miss him so much. For some reason, when they're doing the bit where the priestess girl, whatever her name is, not priestess, the other one, the bunny, the rabbit, that dies and goes to heaven. For some reason, she meets like with the robot, and it's this one. It's actually this one. Wow, crazy. She meets with the robot, and she meets with the elf, and the elf is like, "Hey, I'm an elf. I eat planets, but I'm in danger right now, and you can't just introduce a character that's entire purpose is to destroy planets and just have it be like, yeah, don't worry about that. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean?" It's like one of my favorite things ever. That entire space arc, which is about language and these characters that you will probably never see again, but now you will see again. Like it's so good. It's so unbelievably crazy good. I can't get over it. And the fact that yeah, now they're back, baby. Also, I don't think it happens here actually. I believe in you. Editor, just pull up the Space Elf Arknights. Elf. Where is the eponymous race? Oh, dang it. I'm looking at the wiki, and it was like, as their name suggests, elves resemble the eponymous race, and I clicked on it and it just sent me to the Wikipedia. Elf. Hold on. So, the NPC elf is not on here. Alien? Oh, Earthling. Jesus Christ. Chapter 15. Just type that in. Let's see if that works. Oh, I'm on the fandom wiki. That might be why, too. Where's the elf GG? Wiki.gg. There we go. Presence? Yeah, for some reason it's not on here either. It's not under, like, notable operators or anything like that. The predecessors. Whatever. Presence. Does that work? Necklace of the Presence. I don't think that's right. Thank you, Ben. Look at it. Look at this best thing that Arknights has ever made in their entire life. This is like one of my favorite things ever. It's great. I love this thing. Is this from the art book, by the way? Or is this a fan thing? This looks like it'd be from an art book, but it also looks like it's a fan thing because I don't know if the art book would do this. It's so sick. I love it. And it's just like, it's like, yeah, I play, like, hold on. Yeah, hold on, is that their name? What are they? Pottettoe? Can I type that into the wiki and we'll know? Or is that the artist's name? That is the artist's name, never mind. What the fuck is this thing? Is it just called the Presence? Where's the wiki thing on this? Signs of presence. Signs of collapsible presence can be indicated by the following phenomena. Not that. Hey, go to chapter 15. I don't know how it's so hard to look up the chapter right now. I'm having issues. Thank you. NPC minor, the presence. Oh, they just have their entire thing. Thank you. My TGA toggle still doesn't work. Scrab. New image. Boom. There we go. How do I just make it smaller? There we go. The Presence is a non-Terran alien originating from a planet far away from the Terra. She resembles a blue, vaguely humanoid entity who uses an empty astronaut suit as a puppet. She comes from a race of star-eating aliens. It was stars. It wasn't even planets. It was stars who were seen as disgusting due to their survival instincts of eating stars, but were nearly wiped out by a cataclysm they couldn't resist. Likely the Observers, which I think are the Doctor's race, or they're the race that the Doctor is fleeing from, theoretically. In fact, she believes that she might be the last surviving member of said race. With aid of some geniuses, the Presence changed her energy consumption habits, and even learned long-distance resonance communication based on the language patterns of another race she destroyed at some point. Alongside the Ray Distorter, the Presence has been traveling across the cosmos aboard Priestess's personal spaceship, the original Rose Island. She witnessed countless star-faring civilizations in the universe rise and fall, but has long since accepted that she and any other life form isn't different to the universe's eyes. She later appears alongside Priestess on Terra thanks to her information being recorded in Originium. That's a huge spoiler. Holy shit, wait. Whoops, my bad. I just spoiler there. That's kind of crazy. Because right now, I guess she's only in that one thing. Oh wait, that's not a spoiler for you guys. That's a spoiler for me. That's a Masses Travel thing apparently. Shit. We gotta read Masses Travel. Oh my god. Not bad. Oh, did it happen at the end of 15 too? Look, a lot of things happened at the end of 15. I was kind of a lot more into the, like, my wife, my daughter dying, and my granddaughter being born, and Priestess being a thing. I kind of forgot about the Presence, even though they're, like, the fact that a star-eating alien coming to Earth was not on my, like, top things at the end of chapter 15 shows how good chapter 15 was. And it is the peak that Arknights will forever be attempting to reach again. Like, this thing is so sick. And they were just like, yeah, star-eating alien. Don't worry about it. And now I'm worrying about it. Because now they might have come back. That's great. Because I think this is not necessarily a spoiler, but I think someone said in the code this is like called Space Elf. And so if this is just another type of a mule slice or whatever, I don't know, that's really cool. Also, what's up, Coral? Welcome in. Hi. Thank you, Sir Hearts. Or thank you, Coral. Good job, Sir Hearts. That's it. Coral, we're talking about star-eating aliens that have come to destroy our planet. The planet of Terra, not Earth planet technically, but it's great. It's great. They're back. We're so back. I know. They really were just like, yeah, star-eating alien, but don't worry, they're not important right now. It's so good. Dolly in the story, you didn't miss that much. Like it was the wrapping up of everything, right? Like Inya, aka Priestess, not Priestess, aka the Saintess, aka Pramnix. You know, she's kind of forgiving the people who betrayed her, and like as long as they're like in their heart truly like wanting to seek forgiveness, she will allow them to be forgiven. Inciodes, aka Silverash, aka the conniving man. You know, he had a talk with the president of the U.S. and like setting up on the world stage. Dejin and Gnosis had a little chat about their employer. But most importantly, Dolly, we found the thing that crashed into the Earth, into Terra in the mountains, and it was an alien. It was like a space elf, which made us go on the tangent of like showing editor put it back on screen. Best girl from Arknights, aka this terrifying monstrosity, which I love with my entire heart, because they eat stars, and it's like the entity is just this thing up top with like the hair and the arms, and it's puppeting the spaceship, and it's like, it's insane. And the thing is, like, if it's puppeting the spaceship, whose legs are those? Is there like, this is dark, but is there like a dead body in the spaceship? Is she like puppeting a corpse that has a head removed? Like, it's disgusting. It's awful. I love it so much. This is like one of my favorite things. It's so cool. Ah! Look at this thing. I love them. They're everything I like, because I believe it or not, dark cozy. Believe it or not. She was referred to in-game as elf too. Ooh. I just remember that it was referred to as like in the code. I don't know if she was referred to in-game, but I'll believe you. Because destruction has arrived. The nasty event showed me Mule Slice is more powerful than I thought. I mean, she is an elf. I mean, like, yeah, they didn't do much with they didn't really do anything with Mule Slice at all when she got revealed, which I think is part of the reason I was like, I don't really care for her. Even though I have Mule Slice. And like, I don't know, Mule Slice feels like a nothing character, even though she's probably really, really important. And also, she's like a good character. I should level her up just for her being a good character. But like, she doesn't do anything in her own event, really. She just like is like, Doctor, you're cool. Let's dance together. And you know who does do stuff in that event, though? Saria. And it's not even her event. Silence does stuff, too. Really, it's not about any of these characters. It's about... My favorite part about her event was the Doctor and was the dog. Lotka. That's not her name. Not Dorothy, either. What's her name? I always forget. I always feel bad because that's like a really good character and I just don't remember their name because I just think about the dog. Aliens are in Arknights. They're like the best part. Because aliens aren't important to Arknights at all, except for in Chapter 15, which is the best chapter in Arknights, Dolly. Write that down. That's really important. Like, this is the best thing in Arknights ever. And that's where aliens really get introduced as a concept. Kristen Wright, thank you. The Wright brothers, that's how I should remember that one, because that's the other thing. It's both the dog and it's also the Wright brothers together. But no, Chapter 15 is the best thing Arknights ever created, and it's a high that I'll forever be chasing in this game. And a big part of this is seeing space where effectively the Doctor comes from and where Priestess, my wife, comes from. And yeah, you just see this star-eating creature just on Priestess's spaceship, and it's just chilling. And they don't do anything with it, which is great. Because it's just setting up like an expectation from you or something. And now, potentially, it or another one of its species has landed in Terra Peak, possibly? Thank you, you. I love this one. I love this image. I know that I've seen this as an emote before. I love this one so much. This is like my favorite one. They have the little like sprite where she's doing the little salute. It's so good. Cause what's happening is it's the creature's arm is puppeting this arm to do a salute. Cause you can see the blue creature's arm like puppeting the body. It's so cool. It's so conceptually great. I can't. Ah! We're back, baby. Oh my god. They say that salute's meaning. Fuck, man. Hate you so much, Arknights. But the story game insane. Oh my god. I know nothing about Arknights. How would you describe the game? So, the game is a couple different things, but the general idea of it is that you have it's a tower defense game. And your towers are your units, are the playable characters, or the characters you can like recruit. So these are all like towers in the game that can do different things. So we take like Chang'e here. He's a fighter, which means you put him down and he is a 1-block unit that can do like one thing. But if you have like the skill active, I thought they added it where it shows you that. I guess it only shows you in battle. I guess I can show you via right now. I have to do my dailies as we wrap up here. But like you'll go in and I also have to do this. So this one won't do anything because this will just be a quick in and out. But Coral, so the idea is you get your characters, which are your towers, and you place them down to play tower defense effectively. You can think of it like balloons, or Plants vs. Zombies. So for instance, let's go to, what are we farming here? I guess guard ships. Yeah, always need more guard ships because I like guards as a class. So like this is I just set up like, this is an auto farm, this is a trust farm. So like a lot of the characters here are like level 1, or they're not characters that I use a lot. But this is a decent example of kind of just the general idea. I guess I can kind of see it being more RTS-y, but it's I would call it a tower defense more than an RTS. So you can see you place your characters down. They have their little attack areas. Some of them will have like other deployables they can put out. They have their skills that they can active. And your goal is just to stop the enemies from getting from point A to point B. And I think that's the other reason why it's why I call it a tower defense, because it is going from point A to point B. Like the balloons and blooms. It's a good tower defense, and it's a lot of reading. Some of it's a little, some of it needs to work, but Coral, some of the writing, some of the writing hits really hard. The part with the space hits really hard. The part with the Italian wolves hits really hard. The part with the French Catboy playing his, like, doing his movie and also being a pawn in a grander game of strategy and just drama nerd stuff, also really good. Read, act, or die? Cannot believe it. Do you like it mostly because of the stories then? Yeah, a mixture of both. I like the character designs. Like, look at them. Some of them are fantastic. There we go. Or Harold here. So it's the character designs, it's the gameplay, which is very solid as well, and the story. It's a mixture of all three things, honestly. Like the only thing I would give this a demerit on is that it's a gacha game. It's a live service gacha game, which is the only like demerit I can really give it. I don't think there's anything out. Sometimes the story does miss. That's technically also demerit, but I'd say on the average, on the whole, the story is a hitter. So I think that's the overall like positive. But yeah, the biggest demerit is that it's a gacha game. However, I've spent $0 on this, so if that's like a hurdle or if that's something you were worried about, I think it's a very forgiving gacha. But like, if this was like a normal game, this goes so much more crazy. The part where King Arthur returns, meh. I agree. Like, we're gonna try to rap here. As is tradition, we're gonna rap like 5 times in a row today. But like, how I would describe this, Coral, is this is the main story of Arknights. And I have read all of it. And it's like, it sets up a really good premise here about the general like elevator pitch is that there is rock cancer. It's called originium, aka you have erypathy. Originium is a rock that gives people erypathy. It's like radiation / cancer. And people who get this are you know, othered by society. They're what's the word? They are, you know, othered by society. They are scorned. They are separated, and because of that, it's not that good. You play as the Doctor, who is the Doctor of Rhodes Island, a medical company / PMC. And your goal is to find a cure for erypathy, which what happens is you wake up in the middle of a coma, and you're whisked away from another group, not Rhodes Island, ostracized. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. So Rhodes Island, your group is trying to like create a cure for erypathy, and there's another group at the very beginning called Reunion, and their idea is to like find a place for the infected to live out their lives and to battle and fight for the infected. And in a really simple way, you can always think of it as like the civil rights. It's like your Martin Luther King versus your Malcolm X. It's any type of like, you have the two sides of how do you want to be represented, the peaceful side and the more aggressive side, and both can get things done. But you're working with the peaceful side, and you're trying to like stop the aggressive side from being like kind of muddying the waters here. But that's what makes it interesting, is that like the things they're saying generally are positive, but the things they're doing are kind of evil, especially certain characters in it, like not this one, this character's good, but like some of the early characters are like the evil ones. And then it gets into more gray acts here, but you have the story of like trying to find a place for the infected in the world, in the society, and then Act 1 ends and Act 2 starts, and Act 2 is about like, I don't know, it's about King Arthur or something. I don't know, I kind of low-key kind of hate this part. But then Act 3 starts, and this is about like space and my wife, and we're back to the infected again, and it's like everything is great again. Like this is without a doubt some of the best writing ever that this game has produced specifically, because it's about you, the Doctor. It's about Rhodes Island, your ship. It's about your daughter Calcit. It's about your adopted daughter / CEO Amia. It's about your wife Priestess and how she's coming back because you have forsaken your goals and your ideals, because you actually were not supposed to be like creating life on this planet. You're supposed to terraform this planet for your own purposes as an alien creature. So the fact that you're like getting along with like these creatures, these Amias, and all of these characters should not exist according to your wife. You should not be with any of these things because they should just be like pieces of trash thrown aside in the scheme of the greater. There's a great, absolutely fantastic comic that talks about like it's a fan comic, purely fan comic, and it's one of my favorite things ever, because it just shows that Priestess is a great villain because Priestess doesn't hate these characters for existing. It's just that they're like an ant under her foot, effectively. Like, this is not the form that they should be taking. They need to all just return to Originium, because that's what will propagate the life that we need as the Doctor and the Priestess or something. I don't know. I don't fully know. That's not fully described in the story yet, but all I know is that it's great. It's weird. It's spacey. It is linguistics based because she's a linguistics researcher. It's like it's made in a lab for me. It's awesome. I've been avoiding the Arknights streams because I didn't really follow, so I might pop in more now. Gotcha. If you ever have questions, like if you ever want to like pop in and you're not sure what's happening, you can always ask for the quick rundown, and I can always try to like translate it as best as I can. I know like Gabriel will do the same thing, where like Gabriel popped in earlier and was like, "So what's happening?" And I was like, "It's basically the story that we just finished today. We actually straight up finished it. Was basically about like a theocracy in a place that's similar to like Switzerland or like Nepal." And so I'm always willing to like try to like make it the most sense that it can be, because it also helps me understand what's going on too, because sometimes it gets a little crazy. Reunion is like the mag. Yes, thank you. That's another example. Like, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, or yeah, if you want to go for more comic booky, it's Professor Xavier and Magneto. Basically, yeah. I felt like there was too much to learn when you're behind. It's very true. Again, that's why I'm not a like gotchas, live service games. It's a big investment. And I need to point out that yeah, this is the main story here. It has 16 chapters. Not counting here, because I was actually caught up when this came out. I started streaming this like 4 years ago, and I got caught up like right before my live TV debut, I think. Like, it took me a bit. Also, the music's pretty good. Ben really likes the music. I think the music's solid. I like the boss themes. Or certain menu themes like this one that's about to play while I do my little bass stuff. Also, I'm pretty sure Coral goes by her, Ben. Oh, also, recruits. This is gonna be Beanstalk.
Howdy, Doctor. Name's Beanstalk. Starting the day, I'm signing.
This is gonna be Cutter.
Cutter. Just an ordinary mercenary.
This is gonna be Cruz.
Hi.
Oh!
I'm Cruz.
Catapult. It was between Catapult and Midnight. It was between Catapult and Midnight. I know you don't believe me, but believe me. Because I was thinking Catapult, Midnight, Orchid, because those were the 3 characters we were talking about yesterday. They're all Alpha 6. They're all Alpha 6. Ah. Nothing. Oh, faster deploy. Yeah, go faster deploy here. Nothing. Cool. Awesome. Alright, that's good. We did our dailies. Wow, actually, I did not realize that I did my... I didn't realize I actually set it to the highest level it can be, so that's good. Done. Cool. Alright, Sarah's crew. Let's wrap for real. Thanks for coming out. I hope you enjoyed it. We are finally finished with our retracing our steps. We are caught up with the Eric stuff, and I guess here, thoughts on this event as a whole. Alright start, kind of drags in the middle, but at the very end, it hits pretty hard. Like, it gets what it needs to. It's one of those things where when an Arknights event gets like more than 2 plots going, I think it gets a little muddy. And it's not bad because all the plots are good, but it's just like it's a lot to keep track of, and it's jumping back and forth, and you get the ending like clustering effect, right? I love for some reason I love comparing stuff to Star Wars, so we're gonna use that. Thank you, Dolly. I thank you for the thank you, but yeah, unfortunately I immediately pulled the rug out from under you, and I have to explain this real quick, but I hate to use Star Wars, but it's always like the easiest thing to know because I've watched so much Star Wars critiques over the years that I can always pull some other critique from that to use for my own purposes. And yeah, it's there in the first 4 Star Wars movies, in New Hope, Empire, Jedi, and then Phantom Menace, right? In that order. There's the ending multiplication effect, where in New Hope, in the first one, in Star Wars: The Star Wars, it's basically just about Luke. And they all come together to defeat the Death Star at the very end. The Falcon comes out of nowhere, saves the day, right? Like, there's one main plot and one main ending. In Empire, you have Luke's story, and you have, like, Leia/Han's story. So there's, like, two things, and they meet at Cloud City in the end, and they kind of have their own things going on. There's basically, like, two things happening. In Jedi, you have Luke in the throne room. You've got Han and Leia on the ground, and then you have, like, the rebels out in space doing, like, space stuff. So you got three things. And then in Phantom Menace, you have, it's been forever since I watched, but I know you have four things at least, where it's like, you got Jar Jar, you got the Darth Maul fight, you have, like, I think whatever Princess Amidala is, like, leading troops, and then there's, like, space as well, I think, and all that. So it's like you got four things. And I think Arknights is bad when it has, like, more than three subplots at one time. It's not like awful, but it's just like, yeah, it gets a little clustery for it. Because, like, at the end here, you have the Sanctus stuff and you have the Ensiode stuff works, but then you got to throw in, like, the camera woman and Ratatos, which is important. Like, don't get me wrong, those are important. They actually did have a purpose in the overall story of it, but, like, it does feel like you're just adding them in there because they were in here earlier on, which is true, but I'm much more interested, I'm much more enthralled in my main characters than I am in, like, I do like Ratatos. Don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's fine. But, like, everything with Odso kind of carried this event in a way. Odso did really well in this event. It was mostly Odso, thinking about it right now. Odso's really good. I like Inya. I like Asajine, aka Elena. Elena, that's her name. Elena did a really good job. Their entire bit was my favorite part because it was all about basically religion versus science, or religion versus modernity. And Elder Otso was very much like your old style, a conservative religious person, where any of the newer changes are going to be bad, and he doesn't want change. He wants things to be the way they are, and he doesn't even believe in his God at the end of the day, because he's been in this society. He's done this for so long that it's not even about the God at this point. It's just about keeping things the way they are and keeping people, like, in like, not changing things, because change is scary in a way. And then you have Insiodes, aka Silver Ash, wanting to change things and bring a Yerrick into the modern world and be a player on the world stage, which is scary. And then you have Inya, who isn't necessarily, like, doing that, but she is open to hearing about and learning about the world in ways that Odso is not willing to. I'm really happy that Inya's story was, okay, I'm gonna go, like, I'm the priestess, I'm the saintess, sorry, distinct difference. I'm Saintus, I'm gonna go, like, look around and talk to Snow Hunter, who is a very religious girl who's just living out in the woods, and she always has, and she knows nothing about the other world outside of the fact that the modernity of life is ruining her hunting. And then she meets Elena, who is, I am not even from here, I'm from Columbia, I am about science. And those three made a really fun group of your very staunch, like, religious person that is anti-modernity, your really modern person that really doesn't care about the religious aspect of it, and the Saintess, who is a religious person but is open to hearing about things because she's more of a humanitarian than she is just a pure-on, like preacher, effectively. And so I really enjoyed that they were all able to explore their facets of their beliefs, basically. And like, Elena's out here having scientific reasoning for things happening. And Snow Hunter, when things are at, like, their darkest, Snow Hunter's, like, one of my favorite scenes with Snow Hunter was when they're, like, all feeling bad, and Snow Hunter just has, like, a fun smile on her face, and she's like, don't worry, we'll find it in the end. I have faith. And like, I'm paraphrasing very much in that one, but it was just really nice that she had, like, things to believe in. And that's what made her character, like, different and vibrant, and then kind of stand out in that moment of the science has failed us. What can we do right now? And that gave them the new idea to try this other thing out. And at the end, they find that it isn't just the religious aspects. It's not just the firmament doing, but there's like scientific reasoning for these things happening. And I love that line from Inya about isn't science about discovering the unknown? You can't be afraid of the unknown, like referring to the religious aspects, to the potential like gods that walk among them. Like you can't be afraid of that as a scientist. Like that's what you got into science for, isn't it? It's like that's good. That's writing. That's writing. I love that. So everything there is great. Oddso was a fantastic antagonist about that. The fact that like you get to at the end of 9, at the beginning of the end of 9, the end of the beginning of 9, when they're at the precipice of meeting their god face to face, Oddso does not want to go in there because he's like, I don't believe in my god existing. And if my god exists, have them come out to me and talk to me. I'm not gonna go in there. Because he's afraid. He's afraid of being wrong. He's afraid of his god actually existing. And he's been blaspheming her secretly, like in his head. Like he is the great elder Oddso. He is like the religious figure, or one of the religious figures. And in his head, he has not believed in this god for years, if not decades, right? And so at the precipice of potentially learning that his god exists, he just doesn't go in. Because he's afraid. He's afraid that he's gonna be wrong. And his arc then at the end is when they awaken Yerag does actually come out to visit him and gives him the like the scene, and he's like, he's so sad. And Inya, who has also come out of this, then comes in and forgives him for his sins of like blaspheming and not believing. And it's a very adorable CG. And then Elder Otso's about to like jump off a cliff and die, and like Yar, the actual god Yerag, comes up to him and is like, you shouldn't do that. You can like change your ways still. You can go and like teach people. You can still like try to be better. And it's good. It hits. Everything about that hits. The NCO stuff is solid. There's nothing crazy to write home about. It's fun to see Cirrus and Yucatan every single time. I love them. They're a very cute couple. And seeing Cirrus like ordering artillery strikes was kind of amazing. But yeah, NCO's stuff is more just like he's playing chess, basically. Like there wasn't anything crazy about that, but it was solid. The reporter stuff is also just solid. I had no complaints about that, but I don't know, the religious / science like mixture stuff there was very, very well done, I think. Because it wasn't just rote being like, oh, science is actually correct or religion is actually correct. It's the fact that like you can have belief and also it's like study science, and there's no real right or wrong answer necessarily. Like they are not diametrically opposed things. They are things that can work together with each other, or things that should not be opposing each other necessarily. And it's I like it. It was very good. But as usual, yeah, the stuff with Victoria sucked. That's a lie. Harold's part of Victoria, and if it wasn't for Victoria, we wouldn't get Cirrus, like, artillery striking things, but... Okay, let me scroll up real quick. Steam Knight, contingency contracts in general, Masses Travel Boss, E-Portador de Velucci Boss, Auto Battle Theme 1. Are you just naming songs, Wisteria? You say E-Portador de Velucci Boss, but can I raise you? I will admit, I am a fan of Lapland, and it is a good theme. And maybe it's just because it's not like, because like it's always your first. You never forget your first, right? Where is it? What is it even called? I always forget what it's called. Is it this one? It's this one. Like, okay, we all know and we all love a good, oh shit, I can't do that. Dang it! We all love a good, Lapland telling you stuff, but... You drive me insane! This one. I'm more on the you drive me insane. Or, which, I'm actually surprised that you didn't mention, and maybe this is... Arguably, maybe a bit more of a meme, but the Golden Age will come again, will return again. This was actually my first one, with the great boss theme. It means more time to work on prepping my Minecraft horror world for the horrors. Nice. Are you making your creating a world that doesn't exist Minecraft world? Very nice, very nice. It's gonna be fun because I'm a coward. You can do it, Dolly. Believe in me. I'm not a coward. I love horror. So just think about me. As a scientist, I need that actual quote. Ooh! Here, I can pull it for you. I can pull it for you real quick, Coral. It's such a good event. If you want to go back and do it and like rewatch this, there'll be VODs on the YouTube channel or VODs here as well. It is 4 streams deep. Like it is a lot of that's my biggest complaint is that it's a very they take a lot of time getting through things sometimes, and I don't like the ending, and when it hits in this, it hit really hard. But there is a lot of like dead time or a lot of stuff that I feel like they can trim a bit more, and I think it would be more effective that way. But like the parts that hit in this hit real hard. Let me see if we can pull this real quick. I think it's here. Underties. Ooh, that's coming too. Let me just get this quote and then we can. We are Kiwi. I said let's rap like twice already, Kiwi. I got distracted talking about the event because I beat the event, and then we talked about Space Elves, Kiwi, because I don't know if you've seen or if you know about the ending of the event, Kiwi, but Best Girl is back ? So that's great. And then I forgot to actually like say my thoughts on the event, which is Elder Otso, Kiwi, more like Elder Goatso. Because yeah, this character here, Coral, Elena, her entire thing, she's the scientist one, and she just basically found record of a god or a god-like creature existing. And so that's, yeah, having eliminated everything false, the only possibility left must be the truth, no matter how absurd it may be. Inya, could you tell me? The Yaragander you saw, what was... Sana stretches at her hand. I can't explain what Yaragander is in our hearts in scientific terms. But as a scientist, how could you possibly fear the unknown? Like, it... And she's just given this, like, adorable smile the entire time. Like, it's so... It hits. When it hits, dude. I'm going to install a bunch of horror mods. Oh no, Dolly, not the Minecraft horror mods. No, it's not worth it. It is so not worth it. It is so not worth it, Dolly. Dolly, I have not played Minecraft in like a decade or something, as is tradition with me for a lot of things. But also as is tradition, I watch a lot of YouTube videos somehow, and I have watched at least 2 where it's like, I installed a bunch of horror mods on Minecraft just to see how it works, and they all are awful, Dolly. They're all awful. Don't do it to yourself, Dolly. You're stronger than this. They're not good. Some of them are. Some of them can be hitters, but like, curate, Dolly. Curate hard. Goad so, as I say, but he is. That's why he's goated, though. Ben was talking about the Nasty event, Kiwi, that is currently out, and Ben said there was an a-hole in there, and I would love it. And he's probably right. Because I like characters that are just, like, mean or evil, because they add tension to it in a way, like, that works in here. And they have a point, or they have, like, a thing that they believe in, and it's up to our heroes, our protagonists, to defeat them. And they do! Like, if your antagonist isn't, like, mean or evil, there's not satisfaction in beating them, unless it's like a really cool antagonist. I don't know, like Lapland, but she's not really the antagonist. There's like more going on there, but that's a whole other thing. Don't worry about that. One of them is above chain smoking on dairy. What? Dolly? They just make mods out of anything, don't they? Don't they? How do you feel about the cannon? The Yarag cannon? It's very FMAB. Oh my god, you're right, actually! Kiwi! I think someone, either Ben or you said it was like the Victoria cannons. And I said it reminded me of Gustav and Dora, the World War II rail cannons. But you're right, actually, it is also very Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood because it's in the snowy mountains too, right? It's very Mira Armstrong or whatever her name is, and like the Northern Stronghold stuff is, isn't it? Oh my god, good call, man. I did not think about that. Vadim is also okay. So I mentioned this before. We're gonna be playing the game. We're gonna be playing the event next week, but we're not reading the event next week. But I will want to read it at some point in time. So because we're not gonna read it next week, I just want to like look up who Vadim Arknights is. Just because like no. Hold on, images? I typed in Vadim Arknights and all I get is Wolfguard for some reason. Oh well. Vadim Zato. Zato! Is that really what it... Oh, okay. Thank you. Ben, good job on you for knowing that, actually. Vadim is a character from Zato, and Vadim is also... You're right! Vadim is kind of also an asshole, and I also really like him as a character because he shakes it up. My bad, Kiwi. I forgot all about Zato. Rookie mistake for me, honestly. Also, this is not related at all. I just typed in Vadim Zato Arknights, and this is like one of the things that shows up, and I just want to show this because it looks really cute. Look at that. Wait, that's the one meme image that was like, that's the meme template that was like going around a bit. Gustav, Max, and Super Dora. That's only in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think the normal ones were just Gustav and Dora, but minus 2000 LP. Ding. Okay. Let's wrap. For real. I think we've hit on everything we needed to do. Search for thank you guys for coming out. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm glad that we were able to finish the Arknights event reading. It was good. When it hit, and it hit, dude. Very fun. Like I said, we're gonna be playing through the Nasty event next week, so look forward to that. Rest of this week is there's only one other stream this week. Thursday we're playing The Wolf Among Us, which is gonna be the finale of Wolf Among Us as well. So even if you haven't like seen anything about A Wolf Among Us, come in, it should be fun. It's a classic Telltale game, and Bloody Mary is there, and also the Crooked Man is there, and also me, Big B Wolf is there. And then I don't know what we're doing on Sunday yet still. I have ideas, but I haven't pulled the trigger on anything. You'll find that out on Saturday when I release the schedule, of course. Yeah. And then also, Monday, like, I don't want to do the entire schedule from next week too, but Monday is the first Monday of the month. So we're doing a free chat where you can also vote on a new VIP, a new employee of the month. So look forward to that, of course. Of course. Would you play Service Crew Among Us? What is, wait, what do you mean play Among Us? Where did you guys get this from? Is that just unrelated, like community night? Maybe. I wouldn't be strictly opposed. Because you can do text chat in Among Us, right? I wouldn't necessarily be opposed. And I have not played Among Us since its original boom, right? Are you trying to say all this time chat is paid? I mean, free-er chat, I guess is the more accurate way to put it, but yeah. You haven't been paying? Kiwi? Where's your Twitch tax? It's like the British TV tax. You got to be paying a Twitch tax to like chat in here, right? Where's your license? You have your Twitch license, right, Kiwi? Kiwi? Mods? Get him. All right, let's wrap. I know I'm rapping. I don't know why I said it again, but I'm gonna get out NHK, man. Dolly. Yeah, I feel that, Dolly. I feel that a lot. Send you guys over to ooh, where do we want to go today? Let's go to... I don't have the stats on when I raid people last. I know I can do that with the thing, but I'm going with my gut. Send you guys over to... Asa. We'll go Asa today. Us is playing Arknights, us is playing RACC. It should be a chill time because RACC, you just kind of like go with it. So I'm actually interested in seeing what Asa is doing to pass the time. Or maybe it's like going crazy in there. I don't know. But go check him out. Asa's a very cool guy. Start the raid. I told you the schedule. We had our rundown. We had our breakdown. We had our 5 wrap-ups. And now, service crew, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. And see you there in 3, 2, 1. Go say hi.